जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता। जम्मू कश्मीर हिमाचल पंजाब हरियाणा दिल्ली यूपी उत्तराखंड बिहार गुजरात एमपी मराठा आंध्रा तेलंगाना द्राविड़ केरला कर्नाटका बंगाल। उच्छल जलधि तिरंगा विंध्य हिमाचल तावी यमुना गंगा सरस्वती कृष्णा ब्रह्मा चल जलती तिरंगा। तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, काहे तब जय गाथा भारत नागरिक स्वधर्म वाला भारत विधाता। जनगण मंगल नायक जय हे, भारत संविधान भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे। जय भारत वंदे मातरम। सुजलम सुफलम सुजलम सुफलम मालया शीतलम सासिया श्यामलम मातरम वंदे मातरम। जय भारत। Good morning. As usual, daily talk regarding project management. Today I started with earlier because I have to complete some chapter, and I just request all those, if you are going to listen to this or view this program live, you can, if you are interested to raise issues regarding this topic or regarding our constitution, you can call me on video. I will answer to you if it is only for topic and not for personal issues or just useless issues, because I am finding some disappointment which certain people are sending to me, undue videos, useless videos, errant videos like kiddish behavior, which are not civilized people can do. No civilized society can do for that, but they are doing this. And this is really very, very, you can say, not acceptable. That is, if you send me certain video which is related to homosexuality or something else, some blues issue, I don't like that, because this is public platform and you have no right to show to people what is your personal life. I have got many videos on my messenger which are really, you can say, very bad behavior, very bad conduct by people. I don't understand what's the reason behind that. But so I think the society change, and this is actually social corruption, you can say. Why you want other people just to disturb them for nothing? And you want to enjoy your life, but why you think on public platform you should spread such nonsense? This is actually cultural pollution you are spreading on platform. You're abusing this platform and you're abusing public. And I really, it is pity. Really, it's an issue of being sorry and regretful. Well, I continue now. Quality management, all that. Big nation, big world, and big budgets. You can say we have to spend a lot on our projects, on our future. All we and others in other countries. We have to first be serious about our country. We are having vast masses, vast population, vast resources. You can say unequal, in fact. We may call ourselves, we are poor, we are this and that. That is a different issue. We are not poor, in fact, because we have resources, natural resources, created resources, and on top of all, we have human resources, which is very significant one. But I think at current moment, we are not utilizing these resources. You just think 1.4 billion people, just keep 50% off, because they are not directly you can say, supportive to our economy, being veteran, being senior, being children, and being those who have nothing to do. So you can say only 70 crore people are there, out of which resources can be withdrawn, service can be taken. And maybe out of them, certain people are only in dealership, some are only in show. Real contribution to nation goes to, I think, almost not more than 25% population. And currently there's unemployment, everybody knows. I'm not talking of current situation, I'm talking in general, all situations. Economy shall improve, certainly we cannot say it will not improve, it will improve in coming times. It's now adverse effect all over the world because of so many reasons. But I'm not talking of current situation, I'm talking of general. Spending money and getting back. My money and your money is not for robbers, first of all. Political robbers or business robbers or whosoever robbers are there. My earning money by hard work is not for their benefit. It's for national benefit, for public benefit, for my benefit, your benefit. That hard earned money should be used rightly, perfectly, so that everybody benefits. But why should I allow my money to be used by certain cheat, certain fraud? But I am allowing that through so many mediums, political medium, social medium, administrative medium. There are so many channels, bank, you may say, all these are corrupted elements, corrupted institutionalized organizations now. Political organizations, bank organizations, and all those, they are directly or indirectly robbing us. They rob for a limited period and they say, okay, we are now honest. Then they again rob and they say, now we are honest. It is changing every day. It's varying every day. We have to be very careful about that. Management does not mean you keep your eyes closed and your heads closed. That is not management. Management, we have to act like living beings. Why are we not acting like human beings or living beings? Because we are careless, very careless. When some now, for example, coronavirus is threatening everybody, people all over the world are scared, but otherwise they won't be scared because something is unknown and it has crippled whole world from America to Australia. It has broken. It has, like a reptile, like a snake on your home. You know there's a snake. You don't know where a snake is. Same situation is there. Never before we have expected this sort of situation, which has impacted whole society all over the world. This is, we can't imagine such a state, but it has come up. It has come up, and there's no solution except taking certain resorts of precautionary measure, preventive measure, not curative measure. Same situation can come in future. Pollution, what is doing? What we are doing? What Europe is doing? What others are doing? Europe, when Europe head is broken, they come up. They are they are considered intellectual society. They are technical society. They are intelligentsia all over Europe, better than others. But they had been sleeping too, and still they are sleeping. This from this viewpoint, from environment viewpoint, from greenhouse viewpoint, from ecological viewpoint, they still sleeping. Whole Arab world is sleeping. Whole Middle East. Actually, there is no demanding voice from any source, and even from our country, all are sleeping. No one is concerned. This means only talks, only speeches, only something like that, but no degree of seriousness. I can i can pull all into this you know into this conferring material, this conferring subject, that we are all very non-serious people. We are allowing pollution, we are allowing everything, but we are not taking care because of profits. Arab world, Middle East world, all still they are interested to explore more and more oil, more and more gases to use and sell. They are still interested in monies, despite knowing that this is going to harm whole world. They knew it since 1950. Yes, they did not care what to do. Means sometimes we know something, but we don't care. Sometimes we know we actually, I did not know this, what to do. Nobody told me like this. I got done from never source. Sometimes we say that. We take excuses, we give excuses. That situation lies in our country, our great country, Bharat, India. We know there's a problem, but we do not want to we do not want to resort to certain kind of solution because we are not serious and we say, okay, why should I worry about this? This is not my job, or this is my job, why should I come forward? Let somebody else come. Means we wait somewhere else to come, some other person to come and tell us we are right or wrong. I do not want to proactively move. My proaction of leading further is not, you can say, essential for this country. Means we can follow someone, we cannot take challenges and move forward. That is certain kind of defect in our society, because everybody is responsible, and when everybody is responsible means no one is responsible. This is principle, human principle. If you give some responsibility to some community, this is a responsibility, you maintain this or you take care of this, everybody will be sleeping, nobody will take responsibility, because they say that person would take and this person would take, and all will go this way. But if you just fix a responsibility, you have to do it, means that is called direct role, and that is very important. Now, this background I'm just giving to you. There's some reason, because my topic is project management on construction, and quality involvement and safety involvement and technical knowledge involvement and every other knowledge area involvement. So this polls, because we are dealing with human resources, we deal with machine resources, equipment resources, we deal with material resources, we deal with many, you can say, parallel other secondary resources for our discipline, our engineering field. This means we can pull other characters also into this because of human resources and because of other parallel resources. Everybody is indirectly involved in that, because end user is public. Ultimately, public is end user, but that end user doesn't know what is required, because that gets facility. Okay, I get roof on my head and that's adequate for me. Yes, it is, because he got nothing before, he got it now. So to that extent that person is pleased. But question here is not pleasure of person, question is of standard of work, standards of product, standards of, you can say, nation. If my nation does not respect quality, does not respect, safety, doesn't respect human being, and doesn't respect resources, just live for sake of living, government slaves, public slaves, everybody slaves, no one is there to take care of. In that case, nation as a whole, economy or society does not own any standard. We may say we are a reputed nation, but in fact, when some discussions in public overseas come in about some topics or such issues like quality, like other, we are thrown away. We are respected because of hard work and dedication, but as far as lead is concerned, in general, we are not respected. That is also a fact. When you have to lead something, number one leader there be, you are not there. You are of course leader in support, you are leader in follow-up, you are leader in implementation, decisions, not making decisions. Because of this reason, you may say they consider racially, yes, they consider racially, of course, but racially is also limited. After all, they are also expecting work, standard work. Either you have to come in line to them first. That is a specific cases. If suppose they respect me, they don't respect me because I am from that nation, Bharat or India. They respect me because I have individual status. I work for them for their benefit. I meet their expectation on an individual basis in personal performance. Only then they say, yes, this person is right. They don't say this nationality is right. That's a difference. Our nationality is just on, you can say more than 85% cases are considered labor-oriented society, work-oriented society. Only for last decade you may say that they are considered service-oriented society. So we have promoted ourselves exclusively from the status of, physically working society to little mentally working society, because service sector requires services of minds, services of certain technology, so you can come up, you can move. Otherwise, still we are on same negativism. That, oh, these are those guys. Okay, now that is also being thrown away because of our various political reasons and various other reasons. Our graduates, our others engineers who are coming out, or even medicos coming out, and they are exposed to shortage of character in knowledge, shortage of value of engineering degree. Means we are not used to fit for job. 50% engineers, 50% more than that, in all disciplines, not only in electrical, mechanical, civil, all, they are considered hopeless, unfit, unsuitable. And maybe it is more than that. I'm just saying 50%. Because we have no program, we have no determination to improve something. Degrees, certificates are one thing. This is one aspect of our total aspects. But work, performance, measurement, valuation of your work is done by your performance, not by your tags. I have IIT tag, I have some other tag, I have regional college tag, IIM tag, whoever tag, you have tags, no problem. You can get tags. That tag works only to enter some profession. After that, that tag stops and your performance starts working. After that, everybody forgets you are a gold medalist, you are IIT, you are IIM, or what you are. If you cannot perform, you are zero. Simply speaking, no value in person to person contact. Maybe because certain organizations remain under compulsion of regulations, rules, that they have to employ someone of that caliber, of that tag. Only for that reason, you are required to meet qualification of that company, pre-qualification requirement. For that purpose, okay. Otherwise, if you can perform, it's okay, you're welcome there. And if you cannot perform, means we shall be just okay, fine, no problem, we can afford such person, only like that. This I am telling you because this is fact. Once you perform, you prove that you know job, or you can learn to know it. You can adapt yourself to those circumstances, though that working environment where you are employed in. You can give them results, you can work for them, then you can continue. Then they forget you what is your educational qualification, from which institute you pass. They don't bother after that. Okay, it's this person educated one, he know trained one, and fine, he can perform and he can pick up. This means ultimately your performance counts, and that performance counts because of your initiation, because your interest and personal knowledge, personal dedication and devotion, commitment, not because of your quality of education. There was a standard of education in our country. If you go back to many decades, back in 1960s, 70s, our education was considered generally acceptable, recognizable. Many people, many persons have proved in past education was reliable. Now education is a tag. It does not have reliability. An engineer comes out, unsuitable. A doctor comes out unsuitable, and others do same. This means where is fault? Where is fault? I am talking this because this all relates to ultimately management. If our basis does not work, if basis is not well founded, there is not adequate care on basis, just like we take care in foundation designs or others, that is also foundation of life, education system. If that is defective, that is having punch marks, that is broken on somewhere, our product, whosoever it is, would not work according to standards, international standards. Who suffers then? I can say nation suffers. Image of nation suffers. Reputation suffers. Valuation suffers. That suffers. And it applies to everybody. Everybody is responsible for that. But why? If I am educated, why I do not know job? Okay, you can say in university job is not taught. All right. After 2 years, after 3 years of my passing and my working experience, I should know something. But because my base was not adequate, I am unable to understand. And if I understand something, I learn something, I am learning work activities which are not recognized, which are not acceptable in profession, but I learn same. When if you learn something wrong, you will get wrong only. You will apply wrong only. Whatever you see, whatever is taught by your seniors, by your managers, by your teachers, they know wrong. They do not know what are facts. They do not move accordingly. Your professors are not site or work oriented. They do not know practical work, and they are professors. Of course, they are having doctorate degrees and experiences, but those degrees do not make engineers. Even if you are doctor or master or bachelor, it doesn't make you engineer. Or same applies to doctor also. Without doing practical activity, without doing work in surgery or under control of some seniors, without knowing that, without going through practical applications, one cannot be an engineer or doctor. These are top professionals I consider in whole world. Health and creation of assets, these are two significant points, significant factors. The health is priority and assets. Assets make economy. What do you mean by assets? You can ask a question. Yes, you can ask. What is asset? After all, what is purpose of an engineer? We create assets from resources, from raw material, from natural material. We convert them to demanded material, useful material for society, for human being, and that is an asset. If you produce a machine or a bus or a car or a airplane or a building or something which is going to use for coming decades, that is your property. That is your asset, national asset, your organizational asset, your company asset, your personal asset. All are assets. All are engineered product. If you buy a biscuit also which you can consume, though it is not asset, but that is also a product. If you buy a cycle, if you buy a motorcycle, that is an asset for you, although it may be for few years, then because of depreciation, it is zero. But ultimately it's an asset. Building, house, railway, all national properties are assets. And these assets are produced by whom? These are produced by industrialists, but industries cannot produce them directly. These are engineered projects, you can say. Engineered product. So engineer means production of assets, production of technology, use of mind, use of research and everything. That is engineering. It's the job of a genius person, because it's spelling itself as EN is in, enter genius. Genius world where mind works, not body. Body and mind works together. If you cannot think, you cannot work. Even if you know formula, derived formula or empirical formula, you know that, but you cannot think to know details, you cannot move further. to evaluate. There's no meaning of your mind. If your mind is lined, you cannot move from this line. You are stop here, don't talk further, just follow it. Following is not world of engineering. In engineering domain, you can never be a follower. You have to lead self. If you cannot lead self, you have no right to call yourself engineer. You cannot call yourself engineer, whatever level engineer you are. You have to lead yourself first and then others. You are real leader in 70% budget. This means you are majority leader of finances. You are using that money to create that asset you are working on. So you have to value yourself that way. This means majority of assets responsibility lie on shoulders of engineers and on further shoulders of those who are giving you money. This means you have a higher role than all others have as community of engineers. Doctor has no role to create assets. Doctor's role is different. Doctor's role to maintain health of country, health of people. But if doctors convert to business, to commerce, you think they are doctors then? Are they doctors or they are also industrialists or commercial entities? Same we are thinking. Package, money. Yes, it is thought, everybody needs that. But if you take that into foundation of your profession, into basic concepts of that, then totality of engineering is finished. It's finished. Once you orient yourself on money exclusively, then you cannot theorize. You cannot bring innovations into your domain and you become just a beggar. Okay, I do this and get money and sleep. Then you are a clerk, you are a watchman, nothing else. Why you should be watchdog? You should be changer. Society changer, social changer, game changer, future changer. Engineer is a changer, and change is basics of engineering. This point we have to understand. Otherwise, stop calling yourself engineer if you cannot change. If you are just born to make money and live with your family, then don't use this term magnitudely for yourself. You are just an ordinary person living in society like all others live and enjoy. Live that way. Everybody cannot be engineer even though one has degrees. Cannot be engineer because they use these degrees as tax and mind they close, and they use mind only up to a level where they are getting salary or whatever they do. I have seen engineers doing business, they forget engineering then. I have seen the mechanical engineers running industries, probably many part, this part, but when you talk to them, when in some seminar you meet them, you listen to their lectures, really a disappointment comes to your mind. It comes to my mind. I have seen many senior engineers talking something about safety, about quality, of something. Believe me, I waste my time there. I think I'm wasting my time here because they're telling something like as if something new has come. If you ask some questions, they have relevant answers. Yes, if there is a seminar for say 4 hours, out of that 3 hours are using photography, this and that, and those administrative talks which have nothing to do with engineering talks. So hardly you get 10-15 minutes for one speaker, and maybe there are 10 speakers. So I think that is futile attempt by us, and this is obsolete methods. If I spend whole day and get nothing from there, what's meaning of my attendance? So that is not proactive seminar. That is just a conventional seminar to enter into register that yes, we have done this. If that is purpose of seminar, this is useless. Similarly, if that is purpose of engineer, that you follow up, don't ask questions, just do what we say. Fine, thank you. Means there is no difference between you and a diary writer who enters your paper, diary, or dispatch. You are on same level then. We used to call this post office management in old times. The post office where okay, letter comes from here and goes there. My job is I don't know what is that letter. I don't care about that. If that is the requirement, that is end product, then I should not comment on that. And that is only reason that we are dropping every day. There are lakhs and millions of engineers now, but you go and evaluate their quality standard. I feel, I feel disappointed and depressed. I consider myself lucky that I got good professors that time, good directors that time, and good teachers that time. They understood value of education. And it's not only for engineering, it's for general education also same. For example, very, very minimum, English language. English language is actually communicative language, particularly in those countries who are English oriented. And also now in Europe, they English. Without that, they cannot, because if you have to do business, you have to change your attitude. So you can say it's a kind of working language. It's not mother tongue, of course. Even a Saudi Arabia type country, UAE, Qatar, and all those where Arab language is official language, they use English. Whole Africa use English. It's used for purpose of profession, purpose of trade, purpose of commerce. Of course, not for official purpose of that nation. That is their language. If we have to use this language, then we should know structure of this language. You want to talk something relevantly, write something relevantly in short form, in something means internet language you write, means I don't understand what's internet language, but people write something which you take time to understand, right? If you do not know language and so, oh, don't write in English or don't talk to English, we are Hindi. You can speak in Hindi or write. Writing in Hindi is very difficult. I cannot write directly. I have to use Google Translate, software or that kind. Question is, if I am not taught some language for communication correctly, how can I use that language? In engineering, I know there is no use of language structure. We know that. In engineering is different. Yet, you are to talk to people. I say communication is very important factor in management. As I said, there are many knowledge areas. For example, there's time, there's a cost, there's quality, there's safety, there's communication, there's human resources. There you can say various kind of risk factors and all other management of resources, because all these lead to totality of project and lead to delivery of project and cost of project. Every it controls. But point is communication. That's very important. Though it's nothing to do, it's not physically measured, it cannot, it's not cost effective, of course, there's no cost in that. But if communication lapses, information doesn't reach its target, its objective, so how that person sitting there who used to work on that person shall not be able to work on that, and that is where we call it lapse, we call it inefficiency, we call that there's a fault. And if you do research on that, there is no minimum, because that instruction there are work. One blames this one blames that one. For example, intelligence failed. They say intelligence failed and this the right happened. They say that. Why intelligence failed? It is because of lapse of communication. Same thing, our information doesn't reach to right person. That person cannot take action. So it's a failure of communication, failure of some medium. Communication is important. But if it cannot be understood by the party, it's not properly communicated, what to do then? That's why I'm saying sometimes language also play its role. If you write in your language, mother tongue, and send to Tamil Nadu or to Andhra, shall it communicate something? Or to send it to UK or to German, would it work? It will not work, because that is not understood by all. That's the point I'm saying. The language also plays its important role, and if it's not done, it's no use. 1 minute, this is coming. Hello. Okay. Well, what I mean to say, language is very important, and we have to learn. Particularly, do forget that you have to be grammatical. Don't worry about that. But communicate the point. Basic communication meaning must reach. I have put many talks regarding English language on videos, translation at least. That is very important. But I have not got any response. I gave that paper to many students, many persons. Nobody is interested. And I am, I feel ashamed of myself. Sometimes I wasted my time. I tried to work on that. I put up a video. I have put about 13, 14 videos regarding translation itself. But I don't know what happened to this one. Nobody is interested. There are so many videos available on other by other persons. I don't know reason. If I ask somebody who's a student of 12th class, or I talk to one female, she is MA English. If you say someone is MA English to feel small, at least one must be a commander of English. One must have a command of English in that case. But no, when I talk to that person, that young lady, and I ask to translate 2 or 3 sentences, she says, I never got it. I never learned it. What do you mean you never learned it? You are MA English. You are eligible to become a lecturer, a professor, or a senior teacher. And you're saying, I never learned it. Then she says, oh, no. Well, she just tried to avoid question. So what I can expect of 12th standard? I can't expect anything. That is what it impacts upon management ultimately, because you are going to work either as engineer in some place. If you go to engineering or some other professional, even now administrators, you go and see they are not very good English. Forget ministers, forget all that. These are educated people. IAS is educated, right? You have passed a degree, you passed certain examination, we expect you be master. You're getting IAS certification or getting merits mean only when you perform. But if you cannot perform, there's no meaning. You may be engineer, you may be doctor, you may be IAS, you may be whatever you are. And even advocates now, their level also dropping. When advocates level drop, and judges levels subtly automatically drop. So how can we get management standards? That is why I say general quality in our country, to an extent management is concerned, is falling, dropping every day, and seriousness is running away. Seriousness is running away. Every day it runs away kilometers and kilometers and kilometers. Seriousness. You laugh, no problem. You smile, no problem. You involve in yourself in physical intimacy, no problem. But one should be serious somewhere. You laugh, but be serious. No problem. Enjoy, but be serious. Chat with others, but be serious. Can you think laughing and serious cannot move together? Can move together. Why not? When you are serious for laughing, you can be serious for work also. And if when you're serious in work, you will automatically laugh. Because on your own mistakes, you will laugh. And you are an intelligent person in that case when you criticize yourself. If you criticize myself to myself, I laugh on my mistakes. Certainly I am fool, or I should say some other word which English used. It happens. Means we cannot concentrate and we make mistakes. One mistake is done by, you can say by, not by error, but by ignorance. By chance you do not keep something in mind and you miss that. That's called oversight. Or you condone something. That's not a fault, because it happens. Something is in the mind, but it doesn't come to your fingers, you cannot write. Or it doesn't come to your key. You think something, but you forget it in writing or typing. That can happen. And that can be covered in edit. That's not a mistake. But something you cannot discover also, or you cannot even, you can say, have a checkpoint on that, or audit your own work. So it is called a lapse. One time it is okay, but if it's done second time, third time, and repetitive it is, just like there's a break in memory when you write or speak something. Something slips from your tongue, that is different. But something slips from mind itself is a question mark. So what I'm saying, management covers all fields of your society, of your personality, privacy, and destiny. So these considerations are valuable if you are serious. If I am not serious, whatever feedback I have, whatever resources I have, I will waste them. If I suppose I am on site, I am on some project, I see some machine is standing idle and I don't care. This machine, the excavator is standing for last 2 days, for last 2 days. There's a 4 hours, it's not working. Then I certainly have to think why it is. Should I not think as a manager? Of course, I'm supervisor. I mean, I don't care. But when I'm a responsible person, I am paying for that machine, or someone else is paying for that machine. I should not have a concern. Why this equipment, which is an expensive one, we are paying so much rent per hour, 1,000, 2,000 rupees per hour for this. Why has it been standing idle for whole day or for so many number of hours? What is it? Is that not a question? That is a question to be asked by yourself, and that is where your mind works, your attention works. Why this team has not been working for 2 hours? That should come to my mind. That person would not come and say, I have not been able to work. You have to locate that point. You have to find yourself why it is, and that's a part of management. It's a part of surveillance. It's not supervision. It is, you can say, kind of arresting impurities, arresting such kind of viruses which damage me, my money, my time. This is not called optimum use of resources or best use of resources. Resources must be used adequately. Otherwise, I have to pay for that without any output. But payment has to go from my pocket, from budget. How shall I replenish that loss? It can never be replenished. Time lost is lost, money lost is lost. Cannot come back. You cannot get it back. So, this means your continued concentration characteristics is required. It must be important to you all the time. This means you have to be attentive. You have to be attentive all the time. If you are in management or if you are in surveillance, you have to be attentive. That's called watch, dog. You have to be. But are you? That's the point. If I am not attentive to thinking of such critical state, which is called critical thinking, I am allowing loss of few hours to machine every day without having any serious consideration that I am losing money. I cannot give excuse there's no work for this. You have to find work, keep it busy, just like you find work for yourself and for your resources, workers. You have to be busy, otherwise you have to pay to everybody. There is loss because of that. And this is undue loss. Workers' hours are wasted, machine hours are wasted, and material is not taken care of. So all three resources are wasted, and you yourself are wasted because you are also sleeping. This means you have no clarity in mind that what is your role. You are void of your role. You did not understand your job. You then cannot expect to continue that employment or to have upgrade movement, upwards movement, vertical movement in that professional position. Then you will blame organization, and one day certainly organization shall fire you. Then you will complain. That is what I am saying. Assets production. I'm not talking of assets management, assets production. You are a producer, you are a production manager, whether in mechanical world or civil world. That is also a part of management, project management. We have to think ourselves what is activity of management and what is activity of engineer and trade, business and commerce. My owner, whosoever is, or my employer, that person is exclusively interested to 90% factor in profit. That person would be only 10% concerned with quality and safety of people. Until head is broken or experience teaches him, if certain person dies in accident or suicide, then compensation is to be given. Only then that guy understands what is value of safety. And when your product is not accepted in the market because of lack of quality, then one understands what is value of quality. When your product is returned from some other foreign land that this is not accepted, only then your eyes open. And this happened in past. Your product is rejected at customs, take it back, we don't need that. Only then you learn something. Why don't you learn before that? That is where project management lies. It's not simply management of work, it is management of every aspect of work. And that is where quality system lies, safety system lies. We take everything for granted and easy going. We are only concerned in talking, in speaking as if we know everything, we know every aspect. We can give a speech, we can deliver a speech, we can speak, talk to each other, and then bye bye, I'm going your home, you go your home. Next morning we forgot what was talked. It was only on paper. Say, yeah, this man talked this and this man talked this and this is nice and that is nice. All right, buy the journal and buy, close it, forget it. Then use the journal of the. I have learned in life, first of all, when I was, means I also wasted time. I could not understand value of time. Okay, I have learned, I got education, I have got job. Why should I worry about now? I have job, I have education. Okay, I should enjoy life as others enjoy. This is basic point. Everybody thinks that. And this is happening actually. That's why I was talking about culture. Now, just for intermittent sandwich talk, I got many friendship in last, about more than 3,000 friendship on Facebook. But what I am finding is something different. As you can say, it's a part of social research. I never thought in my life that people would be so open in privacy, in personal relations. And this is reaching now like that. You may be knowing that. I'm not telling you something very specific. Means they are not concerned about anything. They just are interested in enjoying your friend. You use friendship for purpose of knowledge sharing, purpose of something, but you have that interest is different, complete different interest. And really, I never imagined what's happening. This LGBT is playing a big role in society, in our society. Forget other society. Means a pollution has come to culture. A super pollution has entered into our culture. And this medium is being abused for that purpose. Don't you realize this? You may be getting such messages, some video you may be getting on your messengers somewhere. And all are involved in this. Not only children, not only adult, not only youth, even seniors are involved. And I am shocked, believe me. I never ever thought that we can go to such high progress level in this field. We used to blame West culture, England culture, American culture, other cultures. But what about ourselves? They are not interested in knowledge. They are not interested in anything. They are interested in this. And I know reason because of that. What is reason? Reason is they have no jobs. They have no future. Of course, they may have some money because of parents' status. They have no seriousness except this wasters of time. And seniors have a lot of time, and this phenomena is generating now, which of course should not be welcome. There should be some curative treatment for this, but nobody thinks. Nobody thinks. And this shall go on enhancing. I am sure this shall intensify further and pollute further, so that social structure, institution of marriage breaks to some point. And it's happening. It had started its journey to disintegrate social institution, and that would harm everyone. That would impact upon everybody. This is happening, and I am really surprised to see that. Really surprised. I'm not getting that feedback from overseas. I have many overseas friends from America, from Europe, from where. That type of videos I'm not getting from there, but from our beloved fellow citizens, youth, all seniors, and they don't have any degree of shame. What to do? They want to talk for nothing, just want to see your face. What nonsense. I expect certain questioning regarding profession, certain question regarding our systems of country, or something else that I can share with you. That is my expectation, not this pollution of society. Why should if I can improve that, I can eliminate some virus from that. Corona can be sometime, when heat is up, temperature is 30 degrees, 40 degrees, it can be come back. But now, this corona, who shall take care of this? This is hidden corona within humanity, within ourselves. Who take care of this? This is more dangerous corona. This is temporary. This will go away in 1 or 2 months when temperature is high. But what about this constant temperature corona? This is evolving very rapidly with highest degree of recognition in society. Recognition, I'm saying, because when people act like this, it is recognition. Shameless recognition. That's why I wanted to include this sandwich in this talk of management, because this impacts everything. This also impacts management, because this can penetrate into your society also, into your management society, into worker society, because no section of society can remain untouched of all these issues. After all, they're human beings. That's what I'm saying. Management plays a role everywhere. Even you have to clear a sewer line, you have to clear sludge from there. That is also management, which we are not doing. We are risking humanity just to clear that sewage. That is our management. We do not take any precautionary measure, any preventive measure, and people lose their lives. Those great workers who claim, I call them great workers because they are great. They clear something that we produce and we don't take care of that. We just give it to them, you do it. At the risk of life, they claim that. We may call them sweepers, we may call them whatever, but they are great. They are better than my engineers. They are better than my professors. At least they clear your dirt. They must be respected. They must import respect. But they are not getting, because they are taking the risk of life. And professor is respected because he is just sitting in office and every year teaching same topic to students without any further improvement on that. This is difference of our society. This, you are low, I am big. Performance is big, not your title, not your title. Professor, okay, you are a professor, you got some education, become professor. But this person who is going to die just for you, what about that? Do you think? You never think. Do these politicians think? They never think. Because they are not doing that. They are never going down to sewer line. Do they go? Do their kids go? No. But they are upper class. They are more educated. They are married people. They know everything. And this person does not know anything. because he is going to die to kill your excreta. Is that not a project? We have to respect work, trade, and therefore management speaks. When we are on projects in construction, we have to deal with all aspects of life. When we start something, it is a kachra site, rubbish, this kind of excreta, dirt, dust, every component exists, and we have to start work from that scrap. You think, imagine being a normal citizen, being a non-engineer, what would happen to us that time? When I go to somewhere to survey site, I have no place even to sit. I have no place to sit. I just go and survey. I don't have water to drink. Maybe I don't have food for a few hours. But work has to be done. Maybe I have to enter into some slush, into some, you can say, waterlogged area, or into some other area where I cannot enter in, but I have to go. And then after that, you have to stay in dust for years. You have to consume your soil, you have to consume polluted air, you have to consume sun rays, you have to consume everything. When materials arrive, you have to consume material smoke. When there's a sand, there is some other material, there's concrete, something. Every time you are exposed to organic and inorganic chemicals. I was on one site for 3 years where there was in air all time ammonia, NH3, all time, because there's a plant as such. All time, I had to stay in ammonia air, because release of ammonia from that waste product, and it was always in air. But what to do? Every time you cannot put mask, okay, for a few hours you can put mask, but you are used to that. And still I suffer from that. My digestion affects every, and it's not now, it's many decades back. So what I explain is, we have to work in such an environment where we lose our physical stamina, we lose our body composition. Yet we have to manage. We have to deal with every dirt and dirt of material, every dirt and dirt of human resources, and every dirt and dirt of machines and others. Then even we have to accept. We cannot say no. That we have to do. Sometimes we have to make our toilet itself, otherwise we cannot use. We have to go. In Libya, when I joined the company, there was nothing. I used to go for 1 month continuously, early morning at 4 o'clock, for such purpose. We have to do. So we have to struggle to make something. You have to struggle. And if you don't make, then you are responsible, you are civil engineer, why are you questioning? Do it yourself. They would simply say. They will not say, we will provide you. They'll say, you do yourself, you have material, your resources. Why are you complaining you don't have toilet? So we cannot say no then. But you have to suffer. Yes, when it is done, everything done, mobilization has been done, site has been ready, everybody will start coming and asking you when this is going to be over and when that is going to be over. They come in different mode, but nobody comes there when you don't have water to drink. Nobody comes to you. Then you have to arrange yourself. This means you are going to make a different kind of working quality when you are in field to start something. When I say start something, means starting itself is a problem. Manufacturing of some is a problem. Design of that problem. Once it is done, everybody can use it. When you have a car, you can drive a car, but you cannot make a car. When you have a house, you can live in a house, but can you make a house? Making of house is difficult. Staying in that is not difficult. Making of food is difficult, but eating food is not difficult. Money making is difficult, using money is not difficult. It is life. So making something is engineering, and using means lead your life. That is different. So why we are concerned is we are concerned in making project, making institutionalized building, professional building. I am calling it professional building because it should be managed professionally, not layman wise. Not right away, there's no way, no system, no process. Okay, limit. If it is done, with use of mind, with use of procedures, with thought-based mechanism in designs as well as in construction, you can say that this is going to speak something. You can go and see some building when you're walking somewhere. You will notice differences in building. Maybe you yourself understand why this crack is coming, what is the reason, why there's some problem in this building. It looks the building is distressed, there's some problem in the building. You may notice sometime if your eyes are inclined toward that, or you just pass by, no concern. Both situations are there. If you think level, hey, there's something wrong in this. I'm walking on this pavement. Some cracks are appearing here. Why these cracks are appearing after all? This is new pavement. Okay, it's old pavement. I can say this naturally happens, but in a new pavement, it was constructed few months back, and I'm now finding some distress in this, some settlement. This you never think. You just walk. It happens. When your car is broken, you very well think, oh, my car is broken, my light is broken. There you think because you are affected directly, your money is involved. But when such national issues are involved, you are not impacted upon. That is where we have to think about. No book shall teach you this. No degree shall teach you this. Your experience shall teach you this. Very small example. You walk on a footpath. Sometimes what happens, there's a finished surface. On that is a small stone chips coming up, say 55 mm or 1 centimeter, and you don't care about that. It's fixed with paving, and that mason forgot to chip that out. And generally they don't do it. And you may find some unevenness on footpaths or roads. It's not exactly well finished in level. So what happens? You're walking carelessly, and by chance your toe or your foot strikes that point. You don't know that. You have no notice of that. What happens? Though it's very small, you're walking a speed of 4 kilometers an hour, 5 kilometers an hour, and you stumble that. You feel either you fall or you are impacted. You are shocked. You never notice that practically, but it happens. What happened? Then you see, oh, there's this stone which is stuck. That is very small stone. Only small piece, but it's nice. I was learning car driving training in Abu Dhabi. It was a mandatory procedure that you have to go to theory learning and then test. There was a display on shock treatment. One Arab guy, one is a lecturer. He came. He wanted someone to come and sit in this seat, and he wanted to show you what is meaning of shock. Then he asked somebody to come. I came and sat in there. He said, okay, sit in this seat, and I tied my belt. Okay. I don't know what he was going to do. He just opened. He said, I have tied up. Yes. He opened that to move, and this was hardly I think 40-50 centimeters. It has come down. It came down and struck the buffer, and I was shocked very much. How do you feel? I said, you are shocked. Do you understand shock now? I said, what? You know what was the speed of this ramp when I released this seat? What? It was 5 kilometers per hour. It was only 5 kilometers per hour. And you know experience shock value? If your car is 40 kilometers or 50 kilometers or 100 kilometers, what would happen to you in that case? Do you understand that? I said, yeah, that's right. One minute, please. Hello? Is there someone? Hello? Is there someone? Hello? My God. Stop. Sorry, somebody disturbed me. Well, what I just want to share with you that it is learning process that teaches you. It's not, if you learn, you are intelligent, I should say. You are a good person. If you learn and apply. And if you learn or don't even want to learn and you want to get benefit of that, if you want to copy something, that won't work. What I am talking to you is based off experience, and I am lucky that I was in deserts for years or in sites for years where I had no way to be exposed to society and something like that. Sorry, hello? 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 Fools are, I don't know why these people are disturbing. Stupid people, I think. Hello? Go to hell, yaar. Necessary. Nonsense people. Management teaches us what to do, what not to do, and we have to decide, we have to design that syllabus ourselves. It's not necessary someone to decide for you. You decide yourself what you want to learn. You are open to education. Nobody can force you. Not necessary you join some university. You can open book yourself or you can think yourself. Once you are educated, you can read any book, any higher level book, or you can write yourself your experience and share with people. That is very good if you can do it, and I expect people to do that because this medium is available. You can write, you can share with people, and you know more in that case, because once you write something, later on you will research only on that. Oh, I wrote this, I should have added to that one this, or I should not have written this. No issue there, but you can both way teach others and learn yourself. That is where management applies. So I say on projects we have to take care like this. We have to teach workers, means physically doing workers. We have to learn from them also, because this is human psychology. Your workers expect some benefits from you, benefits in a sense, welfare sense. You have to do welfare for them. You have to think for their good. For example, food is concerned. Right of food, everybody has got. I have to take good food and you also have to take good food. Then my worker who is working for me must have a right to get similar status of quality of food. Of course it can be a little different, but nutrients and quality of eating, everything should be same as if I am eating. Why should that person not have? But we do not, oh, this is labor. Let them take this one. I am going to take this value of food. Why you are going to take this? What's the difference between you and that worker as far as food is concerned? When you drink tea, that person will drink same tea as you are drinking. What's difference? You are respiring air, you are taking smelling, inhaling air. That person is also inhaling air. So why you difference in this? Why you differentiate in this? That mindset must go. Oh, this is labor. No, that is wrong. There are such common factors, common requirements that should be met. This is part of worker psychology and your psychology. You have to treat them human being, not commodity. But we do that? We don't do that. We don't want even we come in touch with them, to talk to them face to face. Oh, come on, go to my foreman or go to charge and or supervisor and talk to that man. That guy shall bring your problem to me. Is that management, you think? You are a manager. You are a manager for every material, every resource, and human resources, your resource. You have you have a duty at least to listen to that person. You cannot depend upon someone else to communicate that person's problem to you successfully. If that person brings or communicates to you, that person shall certainly miss 50% of problem, or that would tell you only that which is in that person's interest, not in that sufferer's interest. So if you talk to them, being a manager or being an engineer, you shall solve problems of human resources, because these people trust you. These people trust you. And those who do not talk them directly and talk them indirectly, they do not trust those bosses, those managers. You have a right to talk to them when you are doing work. You scold them, you can say instruct them. That you do. If you do directly, fine, or indirectly also fine, but you interact with them on work, on instructions, on orders. But when there's some issue or problem, you do not talk to them, do not listen to them, then this equation is not acceptable. I'm not saying all time be with them, but at least they should be accessible to your room, your office. You cannot lock down your own or take permission, come to me, I don't want to talk to you. That is not management position. That is not called a positive management. That is distancing management. You are distancing yourself from that person, thinking that you are very big and that person is very small. You forget that person is your instrument. That person is your tool, your asset, your machine to work for you. You forget it. Just imagine if these workers are not there. Can you move project? Can your machines move project? Can never. Though percentage of this cost of workers is only maximum 20% or 15 to 20%. I don't think more than that. And when machines are involved, this factor further goes down. So when their cost is only limited, this doesn't mean they are limited. Still, they are going to do, because of this 20% expenses, they are going to use your 80% expenses. If you don't value this 20%, they will certainly not be happy to give you back 80% return. If you want maximum, you have to help them to help yourself. This psychology engineer has to be clear with. You have to consider them human beings first. Whatever nationality they are, I'm not saying our nationals only. Wherever you are, they may be Arabic national, Thailand, Philippine work, where whatever you get, African workers or Arab, whatever. You have to respect them. You cannot think differently. And because if you can control them, you can lead them, because once you have their trust, they would work whatever you ask them, you instruct them. This I have experienced. If you take care of your workers, they will take your care, because they are emotionalized. And we are best society in world to be emotionals. Bharat people, our people are best to be emotional, and we are always be fooled by these politicians that they emotionalize us. Is it happening or not? Every politician plays with our emotions. Every politician, irrespective of parties, irrespective of whatever, every politician knows that we are emotionalized cultures. We are emotionalized creatures. We can be fooled, and they abuse us every time. Play with our minds, not with our conscious, and we support them. So if we use emotions for our management, it can be improved, but subject to fulfilling conditions, not forgetting after that. If you commit something with your workers, you have to deliver that. If I say your salary I'll get released tomorrow, or I'll ask managers, company owner to release your salary which has been pending for a few months, you must force your MD or your owner of company to release that. Otherwise, you will lose trust of these people. They will say you are a liar. They are a liar. You are not going to lose something. If you fight for them, ultimately they are your people for that job. You cannot force them to work if you are not able to pay them. So simple. Okay, for 1 month you don't pay. Maybe they say nothing, they would come, okay, I have some problem at family, I have to send my money. 1 month maybe they digest. Second month they digest. But what has happened, for example, Saudi Arab, UAE, Qatar, there have been cases for a couple of months salaries were not paid. Then how can you expect them work, tell me? How? Maybe you have problems, you are not getting payments from government or not. That is not their problem. You cannot make them, you cannot use them as your banks. You cannot use them your banks. You have to arrange money for their money. At least if not, pay them off. You cannot say that I am not getting payment from my project. It's not their problem. It's your problem. Why did you take project if you are not trusted? And you don't trust this client? You are going to get profit from this project, not these workers. They are only going to get paid of their salaries. So why do you let them suffer because of this reason? And it applies to staff as well. Okay, you're handling money of vendors. Indirectly, that also affects vendors, but they are bound by certain commercial contract. Maybe you have drawn a condition on that in that we will pay you only after so many days once we get that. Maybe that vendor accepted it. So there is a binary vendor who take care of workers, but about your worker, direct workers, who is responsible? You are engineer there, you are site manager there, you are directly involved with that, not your boss, but you are forced by that boss to convince them, wait for few months. You are a medium there. And these people later on shall call you spoon of that boss, or chamcha of that boss, or something like that. But I am not chamcha, I am not spoon, I am a worker like you. You are employed, I am also employed by this party, by this company. There is no difference except in position and salary and responsibility. But I am having same contract as you are having. There is no difference. This means you are being forced from top as well as from bottom. You are sandwiched there, just like we say middle class is sandwiched. Here we are middle class manager. That's why we say you are middle manager. You are not in board. But what about that poor person who works 12 hours a day physically just to expect that he shall be paid in time, he shall have good food, and he shall be provided health facility whenever required, and that person is depending upon that, upon you. And if you don't help that person, then do you think you are doing manager's job? That is also called human relations. How to manage your workers. That's why I'm saying human resource is very important part. If that resource is not made to work successfully, your equipment resource, money resource, your material resource, your design resource all go waste. We can understand this point, and it's better if we understand best way. Your management is reliable, of course if they serve. If they expect project delivery in time, they have to invest in that project, they have to give you money. But everybody counts its own interest, and result is your project suffers. If you want to take project in line to plan, you have to be serious everywhere. You have to be clear your top management that I am working there. You have to support me or don't expect me what you want to expect. I am not your commercial resource. I am your technical resource, your supportive resource. I would support you. Whatever you want to support will be supported, but you have to support me first. If required, I shall fight with you for my workers. From my side, don't complain. because even if I fight with you, I am fighting in your interest. You know, a question is asked in interviews, particularly for civil engineers and project managers. Every employer who gets construction company and runs that, every employer wants a person who is the aggressive one in field. I'm not talking of sales. I'm talking of field work. Though that person will not say what's your nature of how you deal with workers, means that interviewer wants to extract from you your nature of behavior or conduct on site with workers and others. This means you have to develop many diplomatic actions and many harsh actions among your conduct. Means, if required, you have to be aggressive with management, which management doesn't like, but internally they like it. If you fight with the managing director, that may give you an impression that I am managing that you're talking like this because other people are also watching that. But internally, that person is happy that you can fight for your side. This means you are trustworthy. Those people in offices, they are sitting there, they would not do that, but you can do because you are leading that work and you are leading that work. If you lead, this managing director also leads in market. So there is a chain build up. Internally, he thinks that you are an asset for him because you can stand on some point. That is a quality which you should have. And then another quality reverse to this, that you have to be diplomatic. They say, oh, you are not diplomatic, you don't know how to deal with people. How to deal with every people is called diplomacy. Oh, you always fight, you are not diplomatic. This word of diplomacy, in my career till now I could not understand what is meaning of diplomacy. I used to get this word against me many times when I was young. Oh, you are not diplomatic. You don't know how to treat with people. You also come with complaints. Yes, I come with complaints because I am foolish. Because I am standing in sun in 45 to 50 degrees Celsius. I am standing in cold. I am standing in wind. I am standing everywhere because I am foolish. You are intelligent because you are diplomatic. Yes, that should be an answer. You hired me, consider me fool. And you are businessman. These professors are diplomats who are sitting in offices all time. These bureaucrats, and I call it bureaucrats, they are diplomatic. Okay, I'm not happy to be diplomatic. I am happy to be like this, whatever I am. You want to keep me, or I go out or you live. You push me out, no problem. What else can you do other than this? This is only weapon here that you can terminate. Okay, terminate me, finish. I don't need your service, your job. But they won't terminate you. Unfortunate. Let them terminate you. They neither want to terminate you, but they want you work for them. Even if you are aggressive, you are not diplomatic, why you are keeping me then? This means you are only using your tongue, you are not using a mind, or you are using super mind that you want to use me this way and that way. You want me to be diplomatic as well as harsh and aggressive. Both ways you want, and you mean to serve for you in every affairs. I have to work for 12 hours, 14 hours for you, and you say I'm not diplomatic. How can I be diplomatic when I have to fight with people? I have to fight with everybody. Are you fighting for? You are not fighting for that. My blood pressure I am burning, my blood I am burning for you, and you're telling me I'm not diplomatic. What diplomacy is this? What is diplomacy? That is fake action. That's not real action. They're all fake, all hawks, shosha, nothing else. Truth always wins, remember. You may be big, you are running business, but you are using me. Without me or someone else in my place, you cannot run. It's not one man job, it's not one person job. You got this job thinking that you will hire someone and other people to work for you. Based on that expectation and that imaginary resources, you got this job, and that party offered this job to you because of your proposition that we have such resources. You might have used many fake names, many certificates, and your pre-qualification, we have this and that. Then you got this job. I know it very well. So why are you boasting that you are giving me this job? Okay, take this job back from me. Buy someone else, hire someone else. Then that person would act same way. Where's the difference? And if that person doesn't, then that person has to run out immediately because you want that output. Listen, when you are working 12 hours, 14 hours in industrial projects, you spend many hours in sun, many hours in office, many hours with labor, many hours with others. You are also a human being. You're not a human being. What these diplomats do, sitting in AC rooms all time and talking and just writing and that's it. They say they are working with mind. If you talk to such people, my job is intellectual. His job is intellectual and your job is stone breaking. This is difference. If you consider that intellectual work as management, congratulations to you with this management. Use this management. I don't need this management. Go to those countries who develop German. Go to Germany and see how they work. They don't value diplomacy. They value technical. German is high because of technology, not because of diplomacy. England failed because of diplomacy. It was a scientific-based country, but they converted diplomacy and they failed. America has no quality control. Still, they tell themselves, "Oh, we have power." You see quality of American products, and you'll get this answer. You will get this answer. I have evidence of that. Means boasting is one thing, and doing is something else. So, because we have international experience, many of us, like me, many of you might have gone to other countries and worked, and you must have noticed difference of culture in work. You must have noticed that because you are forced to do that way there, and you have to comply. Engineer who works here does not understand what is quality, does not know safety, and nobody is serious about that. But when same guys goes to other countries, why they comply with that? Why they comply with that? When I drive here, nobody bothers about driving methods, driving controls. But when you fail there in other countries, in Gulf countries, other countries, you are forced to pass some test. Then you know what is driving. Why this difference? You drive differently, you shall understand what happens then. There you are forced. So why don't you force yourself here? You cannot force here. Because cultural difference, sleeping society, careless society. We are talking of international world status. You think you are world status? You can never be world status in 5,000 years if your mind does not change, if your culture of working does not change, if your mindset remains same, you can never advance. You are living in Hawk's world. You are living in fake mind. You can never reach there. Yes, you can reach there in 5 years if you are serious. But you are not serious. You are serious in your family only. You are serious in your personal life only, not in national life. You are not serious. Though it's not relevant to talk, I am telling you are not serious. You can never be serious. If we have not been serious in 70 years of freedom or this our system, we can never understand this. And this system affects all parts of our life, all facts in our life. It affects. We can never be serious. Only those can be serious who are working overseas from our country. And they are serious only for that country because they manage there. They can't do something we do there here. They can't do here. Because even if you teach them, you try to share information with them, with our people, they won't receive it. Never. Even 1% or 2% received it, that's ignorable, that negligible, you can say. If out of 100, 1 or 2 people are serious, maybe they have some degree type of is human being. Every sort of person is that, quality of person is that. You cannot count that percentage. It's ignorable. It's not counted, negligible, because every type of person. Well, my question is that, why are we not serious? That's my question to self. It is means, why do we not change in managing our life? Just like we manage structures, we manage business, we manage industry. If this man is industry leader, this man is this leader and that leader, there they manage. But why don't we manage? Why don't we manage? Don't you ask yourself? I don't expect this from those who are not very well trained or educated, those who cannot think beyond certain line. I talk to many farmers on, I'm just giving an example. Many farmers, when I get video calls from this Facebook friends, they just really call me just like before. Now they call something. By chance, some farmers also called, 2 or 3 farmers, and I talked to them. They were talking as if they are very low profile. Oh, no, I stay in home. I don't do anything. No, why don't you do anything? No, 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 no. I'm a kisan. I'm a farmer. But he was speaking as if he was very small. Why are you talking like this? That you are nothing. You are very small. It's because you're a farmer. Farmer is very small. You think? Agriculturist speaks as, oh, I'm very small. Nothing, nothing. Kisan ji. Why you say proudly that you are a farmer? What's wrong with that? You are a farmer. That's why I am taking food. Not because of Prime Minister or President. You are farmer of my country. You are giving me food. Speak proudly you are a farmer. This is our mindset. This is our mindset. It's a farmer who works day and night in all weather conditions. He hesitates to say, I am a farmer. This is a state of our condition. Our condition in this country. Shall American farmers speak like that? Shall English farmers speak like that? See their videos, how proudly they say, I am farmer, I am welder, I am plumber. Do our people speak that? Oh, saab plumber ho, saab kuch nahi, mason ho. What you're talking of? If no mason is there, if no plumber is there, if no welder is there, I cannot produce building, industries cannot work. And you say, this is our mindset. We degrade our own work, and these doing nothing, they are everything. I am first class officer, I am first class judge, I am this minister. What you are doing for nation? This person is doing for nation, farmer. I respect him because he is giving you something. Without that, you cannot survive. If a IS stops working, country will not suffer. If a minister stops working, country will not suffer. If a judge stops working, country would not suffer. Remember, if a farmer stops working, if a soldier stops working, country would suffer. These are basics, fundamentals of society, foundation of the society. We have to get this point in mind. Just like a helper, a mason on my side is responsible for this project, I am not, because I am using that person. If there is no workforce, nothing can move. Nothing can move. When they go on the strike, can you work? They cannot work. So why we condemn them? But they are condemning. That's the fear. I did not condemn him. He himself said, कुछ नहीं कर रहा जी, घर बैठा हूँ. What is this? And what I have done for nation, if you are not doing? We have a depression in our minds, created difference, difference-based depression, classification-based depression. I am your boss. I am engineer. I am doctor. I am IES. You are nothing. I am engineer based on you. Okay, I am engineer. I am qualified one. But if you are not there, I am nothing. I cannot do anything. That's a fact. What I do with that girl? I cannot go there and work. You are required there. So you are my part and parcel for that project. I have to control you because of quality, because of production, not because of something else. I have to train you and I have to learn from you both. Maybe some skills I don't know. I have to secretly learn from you. I would not teach you, but I will learn from you and manage and write. Learning from you and writing you and then telling you do it. This is called my management because I am abusing you because of my intelligence. I know how you work. I see, observe that. That's part of management. Okay, there's a observe time management, work management, observation management. Okay, I see how this department is working, how he's fixing, how he's checking. Then I see. I don't tell him. I see. After that, once or twice, I say, okay. I say, you did not do this. You didn't check this. I am learning from him and telling you not this. Is that not cheating? Actually, that is cheating, but we do like that. We write, okay, this work is now, or sometimes we ask them, okay, tell me how shall you do it? And make it know. Because I have to press some statement for purpose of paperwork, for purpose of approval. And I am new, I don't know, but I go and talk like a journalist, how it is done, how it is done. A kind of technical journalism, you can say, investigative. Okay, you do like this. I would not write there. I think, okay, after I go to office and write that. Then I say, okay, sequences are fine. Okay, this way you will tell, okay, this is procedure we are going to do. Knowing it from that person, and I am saying this is procedure. So what do you call it? You call it your work. Initiative means you are not initiator there. Initiator is that person who explain to you in different language, and you are putting it in English language and composing it and submitting it for approval. So what do you call this? You are using only understanding and writing mind. Otherwise, technology comes from that person and you say it's my procedure, and company says it's my procedure. This means directly or indirectly that person is a part of management. You have to accept that. Otherwise, you lie. Your statement is fake. Do you get this information management education? They will not teach you that. Because management education itself is a fictitious one. Those who teach there, they do not have any experience in management, but they teach you, this professor is coming from USA, this professor is coming from England, because he's white, he's more important than your own. This would teach, lecture, this will tell you what is that, and that may not be applicable to our project management. That may not be applicable. I met many people during my many interviews. When I go for interviews, sometimes past career, many times I met people from somebody came for an interview of project manager. Somebody said, what's where you pass? No, I'm not an engineer, I am MBA. All right, you're MBA, but you are here for interview. Yes, but this is not MBA interview. No, they called for me. They call you, maybe you thought you are an engineer. This is project manager engineer, project manager for engineering project. No, what is your role here? No, maybe I have a role. I can manage finances. I can manage this. No, this is difference here. Business management, commercial management, or some of the human resource management is unnecessary. They are putting in management. They are unnecessary just because job is required, not facts. You just tell me a person who is MBA, can he handle sites? Never. Never ever. And I have many arguments with such MBAs on many internet sites. No, we can do. When I ask technical, no, this engineer would do. When question regarding technical point, because in statements you have to write that But this, no, we will ask engineer or give to him, engineer would give feedback. This means you are going to depend on feedback given by some engineer. Where is your contribution? Only writing and sending it. This is management. I talk to many people. Yes, I am a manager. I ask my staff, tell me this, give me this information. There are 4 or 5 people. I take it and compile it. This, if that is management, thank you, this management. I do not need this management. This is not my requirement. My requirement is create something. Can you create something? You see, I am not criticizing some profession. First of all, management depends upon industries. If there is industry, if there is some other business, then management requires. Otherwise, there is no management. What is the role of MBA? If there is no industry, tell me, where shall he work? What is the role of these people where there's nothing, there's no engineering? If there is industry, means there was engineering, and there is engineering because industry itself is running. And building of engineering is the building of that industry is there, development is there. If all these fields work, only then management is required. Otherwise, there is no management requirement. You think farmer is not a manager? Farmer is a manager. How can you say no? He doesn't understand the English fine. He cannot write it fine, but that person manages. That person has a method statement in mind that I have to grow this crop in this season. I have to use so much chemicals, fertilizers in this, so much water in this, from this time to that time. Is that not technological management? There is agricultural engineering these days, a discipline, complete discipline. How can you say, okay, he has not qualified that, but he is doing something like a technician, like a foreman, like an expert on his field? Is that not a management part? That's the management part. You accept it or don't accept it, facts remain fact. Maybe these people are ignorant of that, but they are giving you proceeds and products. They may not be paid to their value, but they are delivering to you. If they don't deliver you these projects, these wheat grains or other items, you cannot live, you have to import from other countries. But they are also same, they are also managers, they are farmers. It is profession, it is trade, it is occupation. This concept has to go from our society, that we consider gazetted officer big one, but a welder less. Welding is also very complicated. Masonry is also very complicated. Fitting job is very complicated. Lathe machine work is not easy. Electrical work is not easy. Everywhere technology speaks, technology involved. If there is a wrong connection in electrical, what shall happen? If there is no compatibility with machine and electric supply, what shall happen? Why don't you consider that way? Is that not a part of management? It's more part of a management, because here is the risk of fire. Here is the risk of burning of this machine. Here is the risk of burning your building. Is that not management? Why these fires happen all over the world? Because of small errors, because of lack of safety, because of lack of quality in some parts of machine or equipment. This happens because bad use of fire. This happens. So why we do not pull that all to our management? Why don't you streamline that system, reorganize that system, and value that? Why should we just lean or rely on non-technical jobs? Just for example, journalism these days. What is the status of journalism? 98% journalism is rubbish. It may be print journalism or it may be television journalism. All are complete rag, complete scrap. No original work. Just bakwas, you can say. What I have seen, journalists ask a question. He doesn't know what to ask, just ask a relevant question. Irrelevant question. You think that is journalism? I mean, you cannot originally create a question, or you cannot create a question and answer comes from other one, from interview. When the answer comes, you cannot immediately create question or cross question. Then where is journalism? Is it enough to think, answer and say yes? Just say speak one question, answer. Don't question further. Means journalism is also not professional these days because they cannot think. If you go to past, you see journalists what standard they had when they raised questions, though there was no television or much, but there was questions, they were serious. That seriousness also has gone from that profession. Only show, only voice, only crying, shouting, all that. Means every field has gone down. This means overall culture has been deteriorated, reorganized. So management plays very big role here, as much as it plays its role in our construction. It plays everywhere, and our construction, because it is major budget, all others are impacted upon. If my project is not going in line, it's not going to policy, it's not going to plan, these journalists start raising question. They come to site or write about project. This project is delayed. This project is not giving quality. Engineer is not doing work. This is company is not doing work. All these types of news start pouring in. I visited one project as third party, and a call came from BBC to that project engineer. And by chance I was there. He says a call has come from BBC. They want to get documents regarding this project. This was a government project in some state of this country. And say, what should I do? BBC head is asking that give me documents, give me specifications. I want to see them and show you are working correctly or you're not complying with that. What should I do? That project engineer asked me. Project engineer is government. What answer should I have? Tell me. Should I say give? I told him, I advised that project engineer, give back an answer that we have a confidential condition, we have a condition in our agreement, in our contract, that because of secrecy, information cannot be shared with anybody until this project is delivered. And if you want to get some information, you are welcome, come to site and see whatever you want to see. There is no bar. Why you give documents to them? First of all, these are very professional documents. These are drawings, these are contract conditions, these are specifications. There are so much secrecy involved with them. Why should I share with you? Who are you? Maybe you are BBC journalist, doesn't matter to me. Why should I share my secrecy with you? If you want to see, come on here, write bad or good, I don't mind. Even if you come to site, I know you cannot get it. And you come and see. You can ask me something, I'll answer you something. But I will not share even a single line of my documents with you. You can take photographs of this project, no problem, I don't mind. You can write whatever you want to write. Do your job, don't depend upon my feedback. Why do you want I should give you a document? I just explained to him, this should be a response. Now it's up to you. I have come only for 3 days. You have to manage this project. Tell me, is this wrong answer? Now my documents for me, my project, who are you? Okay, it is public project, but information is not public. This doesn't come under RTI. Why should I give you? You innovate yourself. You search yourself. You ask, you employ some engineer, ask him how it should be done. Do something, then give report. You take from this and take from that and project this is report. This is not journalism. You just want to take photograph from my documents and project in your paper in news. See, this is document. They did not like this. You are not an engineer. You cannot understand meaning of it, and you just disseminate false information to public. And this is what these people do. No research, no innovation, no analysis. Just breaking news. For your breaking news, we are not working. We are engineers. We are working for nation. We are working for not for your breaking news. Remember. This is not 1 hour job. This is not only speech. This is work. This design, these drawings, these specifications are not written in 1 minute. It takes time for them. People work on them day and night and then do. And you should enjoy free of cost. We should give you. Get lost. Can you conduct like this? Oh, journalist is asking, if I don't give, he will give you news. Engineer refused. We talked to engineer, just like they say, we talked to this politician, he did not respond. We are not politicians, we are politicians. We are technical politicians, not politicians, politicians. We decide policy of engineering. Politician cannot decide policy of engineering. Judge cannot decide policy of engineering. Engineer decide policy of engineering. Engineer decides codes. Engineer decides specification. Engineer decide plan and structures. It's not others. It's my expertise. I am author of this. I am follower of this. I am complier of this. Who are you? You sit in your courtroom. Go. I don't care for this. I am judge of my job. You are not judge of my job. I am advocate of my job. I am journalist of my job. I will write in my journal what I am doing. I will not give you a journal. My company journal can speak anything. That is company's journal. That is designer's journal. We can give a news. We are doing this. That is our outlook. So don't depend upon me. Work yourself. Can we speak like that? Can you speak like that? No, you cannot speak because you have a scare. Oh, no. I'll be thrown out of job. I will not get next job. This happens because of devaluation of your value. You do not value yourself. Everybody has a standard of working, a standard of culture, and that culture I am trying to share with you what it should be. So we cannot define something in one line or in one book or in 3 or 4 books as people do. Everything can be defined and elaborated and can be expressed in pages and in books. Even then it is not clear sometimes. Because it depends on one project to other project. Every project is different. If you work in infrastructure projects, sewer line, water line, or some other roads, all world is different. If you go to some other, complete different. If you go to building, world is different. If you go to facilities and plants, it's entirely different world. If you go to water resources, it is different. If you go to, agricultural buildings is different. There is no uniformity in management. Everywhere is different. Because of diversification, because of different designs, different construction method, different use, different technology, everything is different. It's concept. It's designer's mind, what it thinks. Two designers cannot speak on same page. There would be difference. If they speak on same page, fine, it's acceptable. But generally, it does not happen. 2 or 3 engineers will sit together. They all 2 or 3 will have different detailing, different work. It would happen because of use of mind. If they use mind, they will produce something. And if they say, no, okay, you decide something, I will sign that. And if that is approach, means that is not constructive approach. Okay, I have a right to decide, but it doesn't mean you decide same what I decide. No, not necessarily. You criticize that, no problem. But within us, maybe you are better than me. I don't know. I'm your boss, okay. But you have mind, you are a qualified person. You can think in the same way as I'm thinking. So you have every right to say that this point I have taken this way. It's not actually I'm complying with something. If you can add value to this can be better. So I may accept that. What's wrong with that? This is called conferring. This is called consulting. We consult each other. Just like jury sits and this, what is this constitutional bench? What is this? They talk together, they confer together and discuss, and okay, you are right or you are not right, means we decide together. Same thing. It is, after all, we are educated people. We are not fighting here for votes. So maybe I'm wrong or maybe you are wrong. We construct each other We consult and decide on merits and demerits, and okay, this specification is better than this is nothing wrong with that, or this procedure of design is better than this procedure of design, or how we project this. Okay, we can differently, we have 2 or 3 options, so we can either choose this or choose that, and that's a part of design management, that's a part of field management. Means why there are various stages in our profession. We say budgetary proposal, feasibility report, then field, then design, then detailing, then bidding, then execution. Why so many sections are there, so many stages are there? Because of this evolution of our thinking, evolution of our concept. These have come up. It's not in one day. Depending upon circumstances, it did, and it applies to every field. Of course, there can be lapse everywhere. There can be lapse. Lapse is acceptable because error is error. It is not intentional error. It is error because of so many hands are there and so many days are taken in work, consumed in work. And sometimes you forget something. For that purpose, we review it, we audit it, we review why review is required because of that. Means there should be proper coordination, there should be proper linking on very pages and these chapters. And when you speak something, it should be the same thing everywhere. Maybe some deviation is there by mistake. For that purpose, we review. For that purpose, other personal audits or proof check. That is required only for that purpose. Fill in blanks, you can say, or take out some mistakes from there. For that purpose, we do it. So everything is involved in management. Ultimately, I come back to management because we expect everything to reach there. When we manage project, we don't manage engineering only. In fact, we manage society. What we do, it's for society, not for us. So ultimately, someone will use that culturally, otherwise, professionally, commercially. Somewhere we reach to section of peoples, and those people must satisfy with this. We cannot keep ourselves limited to our imagination. Interactive imagination is required. That is very important. How to use this, how best to use, means what that person who occupies this thinks about that. When you when you enter some new house somewhere, or you visit some building, you will see as an maybe you don't see road, you see your building which I am going in, how it is, what sort of structure it is, what sort of finishes it is. Oh, this is not in same line. Or I just go on metro, I saw this stainless steel railing is there on this escalator or on the stairs. No, this is not parallel to this wall. There's a difference in approach, 2 or 3 centimeters. Because I noticed that, I think that why this engineer did not think of that, or why this architect didn't find this difference. But when eyes can say there's a difference, why this fold is not checked? They just put it as permanent work. This thing you might think that's it, because your concentration is towards that field, goes there. Because of nature of my mind has programmed like that. It is programmed itself. I am, for example, you are rising on a stair, you are ascending on a stair which is having steps. If it is all equal steps, you may comfortably reach landing on floor. You won't find any difficulty. You are young or old or whatever you are. But when by chance there is a difference and you fall, because when you rise on a stair, you ascend a stair, you don't note, means once you take one step, automatically it is programmed. You may not notice that, but your mind has taken that measurement of foot rise. You take one riser up and go to tread, automatically next step must be equal to that rise. That is your mind requirement. That point you should notice. And when second step you take, your mind accepts that this is okay, equal to that one. Then third should be same, fourth should be, and ultimately all should be same, right? Same riser. But it does not happen in reality. It should happen, but doesn't happen because of so many factors. We can discuss those factors. But here point is, if there's supposedly 1 centimeter difference in one step before reaching landing or floor, your mind will not accept that. End result is you will fall. Do you realize what I'm saying? It happened. It happened. If you do not have equal rises, certainly if you don't care, you will fall. And you can say this is an accident. Yes, this is an accident, but accident, this careless design accident. There was lapse in design because you had a floor height, or you take this much floor height. Based on floor height, you decided height of risers. You did reverse actually. You have to decide height of riser first and then height of floor, so that equal height of riser move further. Now maybe in one step in floor height it is not evenly divided by riser, then definitely there will be some error in riser. Either you will adjust that error in each riser, which is very difficult, or you will leave that to one riser. This happens. In many cases, one riser is say 150 mm or 160 mm and one riser is 200 mm. There is a difference of 2 or 3 centimeters, which causes accident. Which causes accident. And generally it is seen everywhere. Either start riser is higher or end riser higher, or some riser in the middle is higher. That is illicit design, stupid design. But who bothers? Person who falls, it's an accident for that person, but for you it's nothing. Somebody asks me, I tell everyone, staircase is very difficult item in buildings. You can design foundation architecturally, you can design structurally, you can design spaces in room, but a stair is difficult. Because you might have seen very high angle kinds of risers are 8 inches, 200 mm, in certain cases 220 mm. Very difficult to move on that. You can say like steep waist of stair. This means you are invited or you are forced to fall or slip. By chance you slip, you'll come down. Does it happen or it doesn't happen, you tell me? So why we do not think that way? So I think in different way. Rather than deciding height of floor, forget height of floor, consider number of risers. That is better. You consider number of risers and decide. Keep equal height of risers. Maybe you have 4-meter floor, you have 3.5-meter floor. Decide that way. And this is a reverse design. What's wrong with this? So you can decide what is slope of stair. On AutoCAD you can decide what should be dimension. That should be given to carpenter for shuttering. Rather than let them decide themselves. They decide themselves when there's no drawing and do wrong. This happens. When you have an AutoCAD, you take out complete section of that on AutoCAD. Exact dimension is sketch should be given to that person who's going to erect your formwork. So you get accurate size of steel. This is an example. I'm not giving you designs. I'm just telling you how to solve certain problems sometimes which we cannot solve. Just like I said, when you walk on a footpath and your mason was finishing that and there was no one, he did not chip out that, and somebody falls. So if at that time you have taken off that protrusion from that floor of footpath and kept it clear, nobody would fall that. Nobody would fall that. And many times I see such problems, some ignorance everywhere exists on footpaths or on roads. Either pits are there or protrusions are there. People do not care about that while construct that, and result is someone suffers. You may not experience that because you are not walking. You do not walk these days. You are driving a motorcycle or a scooter or car. So you don't feel that. But where is this jump or where is this pit? You feel that only. And that is not even given by science somewhere that there is a speed breaker or there's a pit somewhere and you shock you up, like you just move car and shock you that. This also happens. All this is due to lack of attention towards practical management. These defects are left and never repaired. Never repaired. Nobody bothers. No one bothers. There's a subway here near my home. It has been constructed 5 or 6 years back or 7 years back. I don't exactly remember. Those walkways on that, footpath on this both ways, all covers of RCC, many of them broke within 2-3 months of its installation. And it has been many years, still it's same. Nobody came and looked after them. I put on Facebook various, nobody cared. Nobody cared. This is our management. My God, these people are unnecessarily disturbing. What to do? Hello? 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 Yes, please. I am busy on live. I am busy on live, please. You want any question? Unnecessary. I have a question, please. Hello? Hello? That's all? Nonsense. Nonsense. No, society has no sense at all. Well, sometimes it's difficult to have many friends who use my friend for 2 reasons. I take them out just calling for nothing. Well, I'm going back to the same point. I say care is required in management and it's required in details actually, not on superficial ground. Experience-based details, not theory details. Management means complete management, overall management, and of course it's not one person. I know one person's responsibility. It is state's responsibility, and state's responsibilities. Many professionals are required: design professional, planning professional, bidding professional, site professional, and online professional. Online means project line. All are connected together directly. One if avoids other one, it won't be complete. If designer thinks I say do this, that is not management. Designer must construct into consideration, must have a approach into his attitude that building building way, or you can say execution way, must be taken into consideration. If that designer does not take that into consideration, it's not going to work. Example I give you. You are going to use reinforcing bars in beams or in columns. Everybody does. Sometimes you use 12 mm bar, sometimes 16 mm bar, sometimes 18 mm, like that, depending on design and sections and calculations. I prefer avoid higher diagonal bar, but sometimes you have to do it 20 mm bar, 25 mm bar. You are forced to use that due to whatever constraint. And designer uses that without thinking what sort of problem it will cause. Sort of problem, and what is that sort of problem? Let us consider technically and on-site problems. When you are going to use that 25 mm dia or 20 mm dia bar, you have to overlap that also. If your member is not 12 meters or like where you can use straight bar in one piece, or you have to ultimately use overlap somewhere. If overlap is to be used, you think overlap in 25 mm bar or 20 mm bar, is it right? You may say this formula. Yes, there is formula. But just think, is it right? A point connection between two bars, a line point, because this is circular. There's only a point contact between those two. By calculation, it's okay. But virtually, would it work? Where you want to work? First of all, when you are giving overlap, it will congest that section. All bars are going to be overlap in column or in beam. Even if you stagger them, congestion would appear, which is cause difficulty in pouring concrete and vibrating it, or you have to enlarge section to that to accommodate all these parts. Both ways are difficult. You have a restriction that you cannot enlarge this column due to whatever reason, due to architectural reason or whatever other reason. You have a restriction that you cannot increase size of beam, because beam and column has a relation. Beam should be lighter and column should be stronger for purpose of earthquake compliance. You cannot take higher size beam, column size should be higher. This is a requirement in your earthquake management. You cannot run away from that. So we have to think on this, how to solve this. You have to avoid congestion at one point or in rotation or in sequence. Then why should not designer think it like this? There is a provision in mechanical engineering that connectors are available. You can ask mechanical engineer, maybe you're knowing that. You can search on internet, you will find mechanical connectors, and many of you may be knowing about that. Rather than going for solution to adopt overlap, why don't you connect these two bars? What's wrong with that? Can't you connect but way and close here by some union arrangement, just like you do pipe, and that union is connector, steel connector, which combines them permanently, like you use some, on railway tracks. What you do, you have an arrangement that these two remain in contact permanently in vertical bars or in horizontal bars. It would first of all eliminate overlap and congestion. You may spend cost on connector, but there also you are spending cost, and that is not safe. Here there's a connection. Why doesn't designer take this point into consideration? I use these bars. In Doha long, maybe 25 years back, we use these connectors. We avoided overlap, we got permission, we are going to use connectors, okay, no problem. Of course, we had to test it. We sent one sample to laboratory and they pulled it in tension and tested it. The yield stress range same. Yield stress of this connector should be more than yield stress of reinforcing bar. It worked. So why don't you change your adopted line? Why is it no, you use this overlap? Means it is approach. So here designer and site person must be in one line. This is construction problem. This is a problem in building work. We have to solve it at design stage. This should be considered that way. There is a problem in concreting. Cracks are happening in this environment. We cannot avoid. So better use smaller dia bars rather than uploading 16 mm or use 12 mm bars. Why don't, okay, let number of bars increase. Now number of bars increase with reduction, hair cracks and reduction shrinkage. So many good effects come in bought in that. Why not to enrich your concrete this way? Yes, these are practical considerations where after designing in detailing this point must be taken care of, but they just stop at one point. Okay, this is my drawing, you use it without having any inter coordination. So this is also a part of virtual practical management, that at design itself you should talk to site person or site expert what should be done, what should not be done. And also it is job of designer to write specifications, some specifications on drawings. It's on every drawing you can see. Grade of concrete, acceptable slump, acceptable. I have not seen this on any drawing, but it should be given. Why not? Why every time you depend on my knowledge? You command in that you have to concrete only in this temperature. Why should I go to code all time and see? Why don't you give me few lines for my knowledge and for your knowledge that you are keeping this point into your consideration? Why don't you think when you are designing a machine and quantity is more and it's a mass block where a big compressor is going to sit and work, that this is more than, thick is a thick, not only thick element, mass element. This is a mass foundation where temperature affects, where thermal energies affect. Why don't you keep that point in your mind? You are a designer. You should know what problem site is going to face, which type of concrete we have to do, what sort of curing we have to do. All these points must be considered, which is called constructability, ease of construction, ease of building. That point should be kept in mind. But why we are not keeping that in mind? Just structural design, structural calculation, and the standard detailing is that job of that. And proof checker also doesn't raise this question. He may be a professor, doesn't matter. If you do not know practical aspect, you may be teaching IITians. I don't care for that. If your technical knowledge doesn't reach to that layman on site who is devised himself later on what I have to do, that site engineer has to decide with concern what they should do. Then where is your involvement? Where is your incorporation, input on those designs of what we have to do? Why don't you make them easy for everybody? For that you have to think something. You are having codes, you are in all specimens office. Why don't you spend time on reading them? Is that not a question? Why should site engineer waste this time in designing these if you can get this information from design drawings itself and in tabulation of some specifically you have to follow these parameters? I have to access to ACI, I have to access to British code or the European code or summer code for everything on one site. Why? Why should consultant ask me all the time, get me this information, get me this information? Means many hours every day I have to spend for this, which is your job. Of course, I am on site, I have a responsibility, but you too have a responsibility. I don't know how to cure this concrete. You tell me how to cure this concrete. You tell me what temperature I have to maintain. You tell me how to do this. Why don't you instruct me on drawings so that I can freely move to work? If I have to innovate, I have to adopt, then half of your work I am doing. This is called change of culture. Either given drawing or given some other form that we have to follow this method. Then I have to decide on site whether or not I have to follow this or I have to devise my method. I have seen on many projects they write something. I have seen many detailings on French designs when I was in India. On French designs, I was involved with some standby diesel generator, diesel power station. Those French designs of foundation of the machine, this is machine foundation, generator foundation means machine, big machine. And I saw that complete sketch was given from step 1 to this step, how you have to work on site. For that isolation, vibration, isolation between that machine foundation and raft below, complete details were given of steel framework, of isolation vertically and isolation horizontally, and how to use neoprene pads on the steel basis. These complete details were given. But only problem was it was in sketches as well as in French. No problem, it's French language. Ultimately, sketch or detailing is language of engineers. Of course, concrete, in place of concrete, they use beton or something like that. Once we get this, we can use that. For example, for sheets, they like lamina. It's like that. Neoprene pads, but sketches were telling you what to do. That type of working detailing is important for a sight person. If you want work without problems, if sight person has to devise everything, that person is half designer or a specifier, half author and half sight layman. I call layman because we are dealing with layman. If you act like their professor, they will not understand anything. You have to tell them in their language, means what they understand or what foreman understand and transmits to workers. Otherwise, they will laugh. They will not understand anything. Our destiny is work. Whether they laugh or they don't laugh, that's not my business. Let them laugh. If they laugh, if somebody laughs, I enjoy. Okay, you laugh on myself because I laugh on myself. No problem. I laugh on myself. My my only destiny is that we have to change our working style. We cannot leave it to only papers or only what we are taught. We have to apply certain additional ideas and change what is obsolete. We have to change that. There have been changes also. One time was that we used to just mix by ratios. This is 112 concrete, this is 124 concrete, this is 136 concrete, this is 148 concrete. According to these specifications, what we got, if you go back to 60s and 70s and 80s, you will find that there was no batching, there was no concept of batching plant, there was no concept of trans and mixer, there was no concept of reciprocating pump or stationary pump, mobile pump, all were missing. There's a standard given, just this a box of one cement bag, this 1 feet, 1 of it. You use this for measurement of aggregate and measurement of your sand, and this equal to volume of one bag of cement. So you measure by this, I use 150 concrete, a 1 to 4, and like this and like. That was just a rough idea, but that later on converted to wave batching. But why see still, there's neither this nor that. Implementing is missing. Implementation is missing. Yet it is, of course, those who are catching from batching plant, that is better than what you want. But there is no supervision on batching plant itself. What batching plant guy does, you accept that? You just are instructed, no, I want this one, it does. But when it comes on site, you don't find actually what you told him to do it. You told him something, but you're not getting that because you did not consider other factors. For example, your batching plant says 20 kilometers away, located from a site. It will take, let's say, 1 hour for that batching plant after loading concrete mix to transport it to your location and then take time to unloading. And by that time, working state, you can say, mixed state changing from slump that was there in batching plant and when it reaches site, there's a gap. This gap you did not take into consideration, neither you took into consideration nor that batching plant designer took into consideration. But back adjust. Temperature changes. When you take slump on site, of course nobody takes here, but if you take and count that, maybe it's too low or too high. Either it's too low and you can't pump that concrete if you are using pump. It was, say, 7 centimeters there, 8 centimeters, 9 centimeters there. Here is 3 centimeters. For some reason, it doesn't work. Means it has to be poured into narrow beams or deep beams, or in a structure where slump is required rich, or in slab it's required, little less, say 20, 30, 40 mm, and in beams it should be little more because of volume of that, because of constraints there are. But we are not considering that. We did not consider that. We neither control temperature nor controlled slump working of concrete easily. So result is we are unable to pack concrete properly into mold, into formwork. Where then either it is over vibration or it is under vibration. Both cases happen and result is defective. Either it is porous concrete or it is concrete with more and more vibration. There are, you can say, bleeding of concrete or segregation of concrete. In both ways, in both cases, we lose quality. We lose quality. So don't you think that there is a requirement of further analysis on that and give proper instructions? Until we fill beams, that should be slump, and when we start mass slab or slab, slump should be different. Should not control like this all time. But who controls? Who controls? People are not thinking voids are there, they don't care. Honeycombing is appearing, don't care. Means you are feeling some difficulty, people don't care. And when this shuttering is open, you will see all the facts and will mix mortar and just put there. Go and see everywhere this is happening. It's my government project, my private project, no difference, all same. I am not complaining of lines. I'm not going. That is another point of workmanship on how to do prepare work. But pouring itself is a problem. Yes, I don't know why don't we take care of this? Why? Why don't we think? Pouring is a phenomenon. It's a method. It's a style, but control is different. Just like driving car is not difficult, but control is difficult. Same way, concreting is not difficult, project work is not difficult, but controls are difficult. Safety controls, quality controls, design controls, coordination controls. These are difficult. Labor controls, resources controls, time control. All these controls are difficult, are misunderstood, are not analyzed properly. This means we are not using that knowledge of engineering education which teaches us analyze. Analyze is an integrated part of an engineer. When we study strength of material, we think analysis is required. When we study fluid mechanics, we are forced to understand what's analysis. And in theory of structure, we are forced to learn analysis. Tell me which place is there, which subject is there. We are not forced to understand and apply analysis. Why don't you use in our job then? There we ignore it, we overlook it and say, okay, drawing is saying it, do it. We are not concerned. Drawing says do it, or let it be done and we will repair. Means master application is not done. Master basics thinking is not done. This is difference between our engineers and other engineers. Other means other country engineers. There is a difference I have seen. And there where we make a difference in understanding of engineering and engineer. For others, engineer means who can deliver rightly, and for us it is not that. For us, title is engineer, signing power is engineer, that's all. Even up to level of chief engineer, or in practice also those engineers who don't care for this. But otherwise, it's different. I'm not going into that details because it's no use. But what we learn, or what we learn in education and we continue to learn, we have to apply that every time. And if we don't apply that, we try to do shortcut and do system do work, then you cannot say it is engineering. When drawing comes to me or to you, we must have a strong stamina to understand this is workable drawing or this is not workable drawing. If this is, you think it's not workable, you have to question, you have to write to such designer. It's not going to help, do it better. Sometimes what happens, you are not getting something in market which is given on drawing. what to do. It happens. Then you have to make a proposal, alternative proposal, and then it questions time. You are short of time, but you have no other way, because had designer taken into that that means the time when was designing, result would be different. Means you won't fix that. Means in such a way you are spending your time on site on various proposals, various changes where changes in designs are required. I'm not talking of commercial changes. Such time where there is a lapse of coordination, there's a lapse of construction ability or build ability, we are wasting lot of stamina. We are wasting a lot of stamina, and that affects everything. If because of that I have to idealize my people and machine, indirectly it's a waste. It's a waste, because time is cost. If I cannot use time per hour, I should not get back return from site, then I cannot control budget. It doesn't mean you buy material only there's a budget. Budget is involved everywhere. Even a nail costs, even every worker costs, everything costs. So budget control means it's a major part of project management. Cost control is called. And when I lose time, where I have to lose my time as a manager or an engineer, so if I lose my 1 hour, this means I am losing 4 hours or 5 hours of those who are involved with this work on site. That element goes wasted, and I cannot change their deployment for that 4 hours because they are busy somewhere, or they are waiting for information, and I'm not able to give them information. So that work is slowed down in that activity. So who is responsible for that? And this way, if every day it happens for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, that element keeps on cost-wise accumulating, and ultimately it is going to destabilize your activity budget, which ultimately goes on to overall budget. So cost control is defective. But cost control person sitting in planning, he would not understand that. Designer would not understand that. They will keep every responsibility on you. Why this budget is exceeded? You have to answer that. We provided this sum in budget on this project. Why did it exceed? You should not show me where is saving. How can you show saving when you have spent more? And you can't sit. If there is a deviation in budget, you think we'll sit down. Okay, there's a deviation, I don't work further. You cannot sit down because there's a time limitation. If you don't deliver project in time, you will be penalized. Your liquidated damage clauses would apply on you. They will work on you, apply on you, and that worry you have. Oh, there's a LD provision. If there's a delay, they will deduct this much, and it is 10% limit or 15% limit. That means you can't sit. So either you have to satisfy that person or you have to satisfy your LD. Which you will satisfy? If LD is imposed, that is not one part, that is cost part, but it is still your responsibility. You cannot get relief of that. You are not relieved even if you pay that liquidated damages. You are bound by that time limit, or you earn your loss of reputation that this party is incapable to deliver this project in time. Here there's a time involvement, reputation, and there's a design involvement or lack of technical information, lack of detailing. So what you should do, you are neither at that end nor at this end. You are hung. You are a hung project manager. One string is in designer's hand and another string is in client's hand. Both are pulling you and you are down. So how you manage in that case, that is why I am talking project management. This is amalgamation of design and prosecution. This is amalgamation of contract and law. This is amalgamation of all resources at one point. So this is very complicated reservoir where oil is there, gas is there, water is there, every polluting element is there which raises chemical reaction in your mind, and that is why you can't sleep. Either you have to digest, you have to be you have must have very thick skin, you sleep all time, don't care, then project will suffer, it will become very thin skin. Everybody will cut that skin with sword and you are killed. Either you accept that stage that you be ready all time to be fired. Because if you can't perform, you will fire. Nobody will accept you. Ultimately, this is a project that is important, not your position. Your employment is not important for them. They will bring someone else who is better than you. Nothing wrong with that. After all, so you sleep or you fight, you have to decide. That is why I said aggression is very important for civil engineer, particularly who are involved in execution, in prosecution, in supervision. Aggressive approach is required. It's not fighting a war, so war. Action to think and to demand. I can force my client also for that. Not necessarily I should worry about client. After all, it's your job. You have to give information. You are bound to give information. I fight in meeting also. If you don't give your responsibility, not my responsibility. And same approach, I have to adopt to designer also. Don't think that you are only office person. Your mind should be for site. Come to site and see for yourself what you have done. Why you did not think that before? Or why did you not take my advice or someone else's advice on my position before? Is that wrong point? Is this not professional point? Why should you not interact with each other? Maybe you consider that person layman, consider layman, no problem. After I am layman because I am laying everything aside. I am going to lay your design in execution on site, that's lay. I am going to lay, that's why I am layman. Nothing wrong with that. But who are you? I am layman, you are delayman. That's all I can say. You are delaying my work, which I want to do in time. You have specified something which is not available in market because you did not conduct survey of market. It was your duty to conduct survey. You are like a consultant. It's your job to see what you are specifying that should be available when required. But there will be cases when some companies close or some manufacturing staff, that is exceptional case. Otherwise, you should see, you should have talked to cost consultant also or cost engineer also. Means what is budget of that item you will decide. All these restraints work in project management. Designer's role, planner's role, safety engineer's role, quality engineer's role, site engineer's role, foreman role, manager's role, purchaser's role. Everybody has certain role. It's a combination of roles and alliance, professional alliance, which our non-engineers or administration or those who are in some other field cannot grasp, cannot understand. Practical difficulties, ground difficulties. And that is the reason that due to lack of this, projects are delayed, cost is escalated, and only blame goes from one person to other person and other person to other person. This keep on flowing and nobody takes absolute responsibility or accountability that exclusively who is originator of this delay or originator of this cost escalation. Nobody is finalized and goes on and on and on and nothing happens. This is tragedy in this country. This is devastation of cost, devastation of time. Some projects are delivered in time only in emergency situation. For example, when some games come up, there is a time we have to do it. They can open everything new for that, but not for normal times, not for projects. Housing is delayed. All projects are delayed. Programmers have run away. Money is trapped. What is result? Zero, negative. End user is sufferer. Who is real client is sufferer. Promoters run away after taking money. Banks have given money and run away. This is turmoil or not? This is turbulence or not? Who is responsible for this? Ultimately, the sufferer. End user is sufferer. All are not sufferers, because there is one sufferer and others are participating, but they are not accountable. So what this poor end user would do? Only can shout, can cry, and break his head at wall, nothing more than that, or commit suicide and leave this world for good. That's happening. And we are responsible for creating this mess. All we are responsible, whoever are involved on this state of our construction management, everybody is responsible, because we are not responsible, we are not liable. This must go. This negativism, this keeping distant from responsibility must go. Laws will not help you, laws will trap you. But moral, conscious, professional mind, professional approach, human approach, national approach would help you. Not government, not state, not laws, not courts. No one would, because all are having their own domain. They don't want to go beyond that. They don't want to go beyond that, because of various interactive and interconnecting reasons. You know all well those reasons. Various affiliations, various overlaps. Public is ignored. Public as overall client of this nation is ignored. They do not bother. They are only interested in their own world. Politicians interested for seats, judges are interested for their positions and in the future, and advocates are none for none. They are only advocates. So all officers are officers, but sufferer is public, this way or that way. This happens only in our country, not in every country. There is seriousness, there is good plan. If they plan, they do it. They don't keep that in box. If they spend money, they want it back. That's why they are moving. And we just design something, plan something, and keep in file and lock it. Never open and see it. This is our birthright, not to read. And I am really upset with this, because I don't expect these people who are not educated to read documents. I don't expect them. But those who are educated, like me and you, I expect that we should read documents very well, and then we manage. Otherwise, there is no meaning at all. No meaning at all. There is no meaning of our being professional. Money earning is not our destiny. That is not our destiny at all. Our destiny is delivery of requirements, deliver of everything. Who's this guy? Unnecessary. Hello? Someone there? Hello? Hello? My God. I don't understand this video. I made a mistake actually. Well, we have to set our targets together, all engineers. But unfortunately, we never think that way. Everybody, whoever is employed somewhere, he is only for that. We are not having any collective role, collaborative role, united role here. Advocates are having, chartered accountants are having, company secretaries are having, politicians are having, judges are having. Those are all sitting in offices. Only we are a community which is spread everywhere in jungles, in tourism, everywhere in villages. We are sitting distant from everybody, and that's benefit they are making abusive. We work everywhere, without which nothing moves. Whatever work we do, right or wrong, I'm not talking about that, but we are doing, struggling, except designers. All others are, because designers have decided to stay in office all the time. They are not interested on site activities, so I can't help them, but this is their job too. They should not forget that, because if they don't do this rightly, it will impact upon sites, it will impact projects, and if sites are impacted upon, design got no meaning. Simple. If design is not converted to product delivery, design's quality is useless. No meaning. I am happy I have given you design, but it is my duty to ensure that design works. It supports system of quality, it supports this product, but I am not making sure. I am thinking how to do better design, how to do better concrete, but I am thinking only in seminar or only in papers, not on sites. When there is no proper application of vibrator, no proper curing is done, no proper steel fixing is done, no proper formwork is done, then what is meaning of your design? Your design may be excellent, it may win Nobel Prize, but my prize is not getting. I am not getting that quality. That quality of concrete is not awarding you, because this is bad concrete. So your work is bad. Your work, your contribution did not work. It worked only on papers. Very beautiful design, very beautiful stat analysis. So what? Did it reach to that person who is standing in sun? It did not. That person, this carpenter did not care of that, who is working on shuttering, or this steel fixer did not understand that. They did their way. They did not know your rectile detailing. They did not understand that. They did their way. So what to do in that case? Of course, you did not go to tell them. You depended on site supervisor, and that did this way. So who is there? Is there some surgeon on site? Is there some physician on site to take care of that? There is no one. I am not blaming site guy in this case, because site guy can do only what he is taught. And if you are keeping a person on site who knows nothing, or just no experience, and you apply for sake of employment, you don't expect something that person will do for you. It's not that person's fault, because that person is a misfit, is a misplacement. There was no one to train him. No job training, just expectation. Companies fulfill requirement of contact and deploy someone and leave it to foreman, leave it to supervisor, leave it to someone, let them do it, and this man be there only for sake of showing and displaying. We have a personal site. There's no quality guy. Quality guy, everybody is quality guy. This means anybody can be in place quality guy. Doesn't understand anything. Okay, the guy is there. Okay, check something simple happening. This is defective operation. I have seen some overseas also. Means I am quality. What's the qualification? Diploma holder. You expect a diploma holder. Maybe he has some management control somewhere. He got some management certificate, qualities, training certificate, and he is quality inspector. What shall that person check? You tell me. That person does not understand what is concrete technology, and that person is an examiner of your work. You think that person can inspect your work, but he's there. Is that right approach? Quality system doesn't mean person should get only quality training. That is system training. That is not technical training. That is a system training. You have to understand procedure of quality and ensure its compliance. It doesn't mean technical training. It doesn't mean engineering training. There's a difference. That training is already with engineer. Every engineer is understood, is required to know quality controls. And engineering system itself is a quality system. How can engineering system be without quality? Just think on. Okay, there is a quality system in the international, I agree with that. But engineering itself is a quality system. Tell me which system doesn't do quality? Brick work, block work, foundation work, RCC work, steel work, plastic work, wood work, floor work, ceiling work. Which system does not have quality criteria, quality element in this? I've listed before. We have codes, we have international codes, we have all these technological details. Every system is qualified. Even then there is a system, because system quality is there. That's not technical quality. No IS 9000 shall tell you what to do in technical way. No one will say that. They demand you to write. They don't give you in writing. They certify their agents, I mean to say, not IS 9001 or ISO is not a certifying authority. Just think, keep in mind, they are not a certifying authority. They certify attorneys. They certify companies that you give certificates. We are not responsible for certificates. We are only responsible to define systems. We are system definers. We are not qualifiers. We are not qualifying you. We just recruit you. You go and qualify these companies whether or not they are complying with this system. That's all. So there's some misrepresentation every year. ISO 9000 certified. No, you are not. You are compliant certified, not ISO. ISO 9000 doesn't certify anybody. This is their association. This is their, mandate, international mandate. They just deliver, they publish systems, they develop systems, nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. They clearly mandate. Go and see the website, ISO 9000 website. They have clearly written, don't misrepresent. But still we say ISO 9000 certified. Well, it's just a misconception. What can I do? But system is something else, while engineering is one thing. Engineering is a compilation, it's the accumulation of various systems. All engineering, electrical, mechanical, civil, all that way. And now even IT is architecture in IT, systems there, whatever is there. But here, their quality is not that important in their system, because that is software, hardware. There's a different one. There's a different world altogether. Actually, that is not, you cannot call that engineering. That is science involved. Majority of science involved. They are not engineering. Here, science is not that much involved. Engineering is involved. This is the difference. We are delivering something for direct use. And when, because it is direct use, it's not for indirect use, defects are exposed. Defects are exposed. We are directly, our products serve people directly in every way. You buy engineering product, mechanical product, electrical product, civil product, whatever you buy, you are using that product, and you know this is working or this is not working, this quality product, no. You understand that. You get exposed. This product is exposed, is efficient product, not efficient product. You can challenge that product. Means your mistakes, your failure in performance shall be caught by end user. And that is where you are called differently, because you impact upon citizen directly. Other professions, other jobs do not do that. None of jobs. Even doctor's job doesn't do that, because you can't be exposed there. Of course, patient can die, but mistake can't be art. Okay, this is procedural error. Judge would also, this is not fault of doctor, but here this is your fault. This may be procedural error, but it is your fault. You are a robber here. Oh, maybe you took money and this happened. Simple answer by public is that. And on particularly government projects, this is that. Oh, they must have taken 30-40% out of this. Simple answer would that. I don't know how far it is practical, but everybody would say, oh, okay. Government project, 40% must be gone to someone. This is reputation because of this. You keep behind fence, even then they know. All your work is done behind fence because of safety reasons, but people understand by your delivery what you have done. It is surprising. And if you honestly do it, believe me, you will deliver good works. It is delivered. It is delivered all over. Go and see. When we go to other countries and we have to comply with their procedures, we have to first write procedure there. It's not simply we go and start working. You cannot do that. Drawings are same, specifications are of course different specifications and codes apply. Where here also we do same, drawings are there. Our drawings are means you can say not coordinated one, but there we have to do everything. Means we cannot start something just by assuming, oh, this is conventional. No, you cannot do that. It's conventional. Write conventional also what it is. If it's industrial good practice, that should also be reflected on your statement that this is industrial good practice. It's not an excuse that this is industrial good practice. Here, everything is, oh, I am practical. I went on site and told him do this, do this. No record. We are weak in papers. Simple. They are not weak in papers. This is different. Here we are ignoring something, ignores something. They take everything into consideration, and because they take everything into consideration, everything into talks and on papers, there is no challenge. You will find every system perfect as far as profession is concerned, as far as those who are involved with English language and English work and English specifications and those documents. I'm not talking. There are no many changes there too. If you find where Arabic language is involved or Arabic engineers are involved, they miss so many requirements because it's not their fault. They don't know English. 70% people of Arabian origin who are engineers, they suffer. They're not their fault also because their education system is that. But they are also important in Arab world because of script of Arabic. Many drawings, many spaces in Saudi Arabia are in Arabic. And nothing is in Arabic, especially in Qatar, in UAE. There is a complete variation of mechanism. If you go to Qatar, when I was there, if you go to UAE, you will find all specifications, all drawing designs, everything in English except official letters, which are going to government for administrative purpose, not for technical purpose. All bits in English, all written. Communication language is English, contract language is English. There is no problem for our people. For those who Philippines are there, ours are there, others are there, means many nationalities are involved and they don't find any problem in writing, in understanding these requirements. But where this Arabic comes in there, you can get some problem. Where I face some problems solved because specifications, some scripts in Arabic, some in English, some drawings, even on drawings, it is in Arabic. Sometimes means it causes some problem, but it can be managed, no problem. You can get translation of those documents through translator, right? No problem. You can get it, pay some 15-20 grams and you get translation of that. But ultimately, it should go to work. That is important. If your technical specification is kept only in papers and you do what your mind has got in that, it shall not work. But problem is, here we have no problem for communication, there we have problem communication. Sometimes they understand but say, oh no, I could not understand. You have to work with them, you have to work with Egyptians, you have to work with Syrians, you have to work with those nationalities, you have to work with other Filipinos, you have to work with other, means there is a complete, you can say, admixture type situation. No cohesion, but adhesion everywhere. this man background is different, my background is different. That if you write something in your way, they may read this, who knows, others know. What is this? I could not understand. Simply say, oh, it is in English, I did not understand anything. Simple excuse. Despite they know, they say, I don't know English. Means that's what I'm saying, but there still control is there, because there is a force. You have to abide by these specifications and these designs and these materials, and whatever is given, you have to do that, and approval is to be taken for everything. You have to take metal approval, you have to take drawings approval, you have to take method statements approval, you have to take every inspection approval in papers, not without that. So there are constraints that force you to comply with that, to work with that. So there is a system of working here, system of freedom. Our freedom is something else in constitution, but we have taken freedom of quality. We don't want quality. We have taken freedom for quality. Okay, let it go as it is going. Let safety go as it is going. Let somebody fall, no problem. Insurance is there. Insurance guy would pay that. Let him fall, what problem? One diamond dies. We have this type of approach. Freedom of negligence, freedom of carelessness, freedom of no caring. This freedom we have taken as bonus. This is our bonus. We have taken this freedom, undue freedom, unnecessary freedom. I don't know why is this gentleman. Hello? Hello? Sorry, I'm live. Talk later. I'm live. Okay? Yeah. Yes. Better to answer like this. So this freedom which you have taken is undue advantage of system, and this is against profession. You may mind it, but this is fact. We just want to be called engineers without contributing our engineer's role into national system. I am not talking about government engineers. I'm not talking about them. I am talking about those who are freelancers, who are independent, who can do something. They can even force government engineers to do something, because these days third-party system is evolving. We know well, in addition to your government engineers who are called state engineers and those contracting engineers, and in between them there is a, there's application of third-party management, third-party audit. This is generally on all major projects, and it should be. This is a system of ISO, that third party is valued. That third party, if it mixes with government engineers, then there is no meaning of that third party. And generally I've seen this, that third party engineer or manager, he tries to support government engineer, he wants to suppress contracting engineer. This is his specialty. Really, this is nonsense. When you're third party engineer, you have more responsibility for project, because you have independence. That is why you are third party. If you are inclined or biased to government, then you are government supporting engineer. You are not third party. You are not in job. You are supporting government engineer for your sake, that I have to get renewal of this third party contract, because that chief engineer has got this power, not other one. And you are trying to suppress, because this man says, hammer this contractor. This contractor doesn't listen to me. Is third party job to hammer contract? Is that? No. If you see contract of third party is clearly instructed, you have to support none, neither government nor contractor. It's your job. You are doing against your job. You will not do job of government engineer. You shall not do job of contractor. You shall audit their job. You will audit job of contractor, prime contractor and subcontractor, and you will audit job of engineer. This is your job, despite you are paid by engineer, but you are independent. But do you do that? No, you do not do that. Because I got this, I was told, see, don't worry about government engineer, don't worry about project engineer, just fight with contractor. See, we are not taking contracts or fighting. We are taking contracts to see contracts control, projects control, not contractor control, project control. If that contractor does a mistake, you have to take action against that. And that if an engineer makes a mistake, you have to take action against that. You have to recommend action. That's all. This is your job. But no, you are inclined towards that because you go and sit in the office, discuss with him. Maybe he feeds you back something which is not relevant. You have to talk to contractor, listen to him also, because there's a contract. You are going to see implementation of that contract, whether contract clauses are implemented or not implemented, or have been implemented or not, whether process systems have been applied or not. You have to be fair. But you are not fair because you are thinking of your future. You are not thinking that you are being paid for this project. Ultimately, you are doing against public. Ultimately, because this government engineer is interested in its goal. If you talk to government engineer, he will say, no, I have no power. There's a board in my organization. Until that board decides, I cannot do anything. No. See contract. That is important. Your contract. See contractor's contract with government. What it says. What as a project. See, if you are executive engineer, I'm not talking of that level. I am talking when you are a project engineer. There's a difference in two positions. Project engineer means liable person. Executive engineer is a subordinate person. There's a difference. Project engineer is not delegated power. It is absolute power. It is not subservient. Executive engineer is a delegated power. That is a subservient. That is a chain of hierarchy. Chief engineer is original power. Here you are chief engineer of this project. Why don't you understand this? Project engineer means chief engineer. You are liable for design, for finances, for everything. Otherwise, you don't call yourself project engineer. If you say you are executive, but you are supervising a project, then you are not executive engineer. You are not executing that project. Contractor is executing that project. Contractor is working on that project. You are managing supervision. So as project engineer, you can't take excuse, you can't give excuse. You have to read condition. What your board says, I least bother. That is your internal matter. Your board is not responsible for contract conditions. You are responsible. You have to ensure that this conditions is applied and operated. If you don't operate that condition, you are not doing job. Is that not a complication? Is it not a point to be understood? Why I should not raise a question to you as a project engineer? What you are doing here? If your contract is failing in this work, in quality or in somewhere else, what is your job? Why should I hammer contractor if you are not responding to him if he raises some questions? Why don't you issue clarifications if some demands are there? Why don't you answer on contract if there is a delay on job because of you are not deciding some application submitted by contractor? Is this, you cannot say my board doesn't decide. This is not responsibility of contractor. This is your responsibility. Force your board to decide. This is your board. Hammer them. It's your job. If you can't hammer them, you are not project engineer. You are not thinking for interest of project. You are only interested in your position. That's it. So don't act smart. Do your job or give up your job if you cannot do it. You cannot sit on two position. You at one time I am executive engineer, at others I am project engineer. Which engineer you are first to decide yourself. Contract says there should be a project engineer. Contract doesn't say there should be an executive engineer. Then your executive engineer is leave it at your home or in your chief engineer office. Come here, clean in project engineer's status and then talk. And deal accordingly with this contractor who is project contractor, project construction contractor or project EPC. Both are equal. That person has a right according to contract and you have right to demand him deliver this. And if your assistants do not work, that is not fault of contractor. If contractor makes a mistake and you don't care about that, it's your fault, not contractor's fault. You are responsible for that. If there's some error on site, some defect is there, it has been there, and contact is just repairing it because contact is mixed up with you, then why are you there again the guy by calling it? Sorry, yeah, what this man? Hello, are you there? Hello? Oh, foolish guy! Just calling for nothing. I said, job is job. Contract is not a joke. Contract is a binding. It's a charter between two parties. This contract exists between government or some private owner and contractor. This is under Contract Act. This is not your private document. This is a public document. Both parties enter together into some agreement, and also there's one more contract within that contract, and that is arbitration contract. So there are two contracts. One is contract for work, which is a binding between two. You agree, you do this, I'll pay you. That is a statutory document, registered document. You may not say statute, but under statute this is. So that is binding document between two. It's not a slavery document, your master and your slave. There is no such document in this world. Because your client, your master, and I'm your slave. No, it's not that. This is professional document. There's an arbitration document, which is external document, where there's a dispute, we will resolve like this. We shall not go to court, we will resort to arbitration and reconciliation. We'll do that. This is agreed condition all over world, not only here. You are not doing something special. You are following international mechanism. It's followed everywhere. So you have to bind yourself and think that we change that thinking. You don't consider contract as your slave and your master. You both are equal. That is called equity-based contract. We say it. You are equal. Treat them. He is there for working. You are there to supervise. You have to pay, and that man has to deliver. You have to make that contract like that. Don't copy contracts. Apply yours way and ensure it is complied. And also for third party, you are not slave of government. You are not slave of contractor. You have a duty to ensure that they did rightly, they followed or not. And don't bind yourself by undue formula, undue methods, and don't fear. If you fear, you cannot work. Fear is our problem. Oh, my job will go. I will not get next contract. If you keep always in this situation in mind, then you cannot move. Either be diplomatic. Once you know job, you experience, jobs would come if there are jobs. But if you say, no, I can't fight with government engineer, I can't fight with IAS board, they are IAS. If you keep this in mind, then you are a yes man. Then yes man cannot be third party. How can yes man be third party? Palestine rejects Trump. Why? Because Trump became yes man to Israel. You know that. So Palestine, a smallest country of world, stateless country equivalent, they reject Trump. Trump, US, you cannot be my arbitrator because you are inclined to Israel. That small country can say that we are a big country, we are a big government, we are big institutions, we are big engineers. And if you say that, you think, I mean, cannot say in writing. If I ask you, immediately send a mail to this department that you have not considered this application of contractor. Why didn't respond? No, I can't write. That senior says, no, I cannot write. I have to talk to my management. They say, why do you write directly? This is protocol and that is protocol. Get lost in your protocols. You are working on protocols or you are working on project. If there's a demand of raising some question, raise some question. What protocol? Protocol decided by fools. This is protocol, that's a requirement, do it. I can't wait for protocols. If I have to write, I have to write. You are not an engineer. You are a clerk. If you have to follow protocol, you have to, if your manager would say write it, it will take 7 days or 7. What's the meaning of that situation? So what's the meaning of coming to visit site and meeting with those people, and that is there any meaning left? So you are just wasting your time and national time, because ultimately nation is going to pay you. This is a government project. You are being paid as third party, but you are not doing your job. You have to fire both parties, fire them. Right against engineer and right against contractor. Who is going to stop you? But you won't do that. You won't do that because you got this job through some source, not because of your capability. You got maybe through some MLA or some MP, and you are more inclined towards that party, which is not third party, which is the external party. But you are interested in jobs. You are not interested in contracts and in audit of contracts or project. You are not interested in that. You are just going to see some cracks also. Oh, here's a crack, I take photograph. Oh, see this is not, this is cost, this is control, this is not quality management, this is not quality audit, audit system you are not auditing. You are inclined towards cracks photographs. Crack is something else. It is repairable. But if system collapses, is it repairable? It's not repairable. You are contributing system to collapse. You are contributing by your mismanagement. And you are not third party, you are a biased party. You are supporting someone who doesn't deserve support, and you are speaking against someone which should not be done. If contractor says, fights with you, and you have no answer, if contractor challenges you in meeting that you did not do your job, what status you have got? To third party, if contractor says, if contractor person says, you did not do your job, you did not take this point into consideration when I said government did not respond to my application, then where are you, third party? You did not involve yourself. Why did you force a give answer to them, whatever answer you have? Why did not complete that communication chain? You did not complete that. So your fault, you cannot put on other shoulders, and you cannot support to someone unduly. It's a big question in management. Management is not simply construction management. This is related to construction, which is background management, super management. If your quality is not coming on site, this is because of something else. And that something else is required to be located and discovered and corrected. And you are not going to that correction. You are just standing diplomatically. I have to write or I have not write. I have to talk to people. This is a problem. Should I write? Should I not write? No, don't write. Come to office. 500 kilometers, 600, 1,000 kilometers back. Come in. We'll sit together and see. It will take 1 week. So what is I don't understand this type of management. Means we are just doing management for sake of management. That's all. Again, bureaucracy. It's a kind of bureaucracy. What is this? Bureaucracy means delay. That's all. Then later on, when there's a problem in law, when case, because certainly this contractor wants this. This contractor prefers this, that there should be some complication in this, so that I can raise claims because of this. Because of delays in decisions, there are claims. Contractor's foundation is to raise claims. Contractor's nature, a contractor which raises claims and can claim further and more, that contractor is called efficient contractor, because that has gone to complete understanding of contract management. Only then he can claim. Otherwise, a foolish cannot raise claims. Contractors consultant, I want to say, contractors engineers are brilliant, more brilliant than consultants, and then government engineers, and then third party, because they have to study each and every clause in contract so that they can extract something out of that for their benefit for their use, but they won't tell that. Oh, I don't know what. If you ask them something, have you gone through this? No, I don't know about that. It happened. We were starting a meeting that one. I asked that contractor's head or representative only one question and meeting was over. When you are going to deliver this project, this was only question I started with. You know answer? I don't know. A contractor is answering in a meeting, and that is not ordinary meeting, that is meeting with third party, and answer to a question that when you are going to deliver this project is, I don't know. We don't know. Do you understand what I'm talking about? A contractor does not know when shall that contractor physically deliver this project to client. This means what? This means it's a free project. Whenever you want to deliver. In 1 year, in 2 years, in 10 years, and never finish this. Does it not mean that? Is it possible that the contractor says like that, responds like that, but that man responded? Well, I was surprised, of course. Now, how? My date is already over. His completion date, according to contract, has already expired. And contract is not finished. No delivery. And contract is on site, is working. Project is site, is working. Third party is site and auditing. I don't understand this combination. What project engineer is doing there? What contractor is doing there? And what I am doing there? I could not understand this triangle. If contract is expired, what hell we are doing there? We should be out of that. It should be under maintenance, under use. This happens. Well, and contract is only 60% or 50% over. Half project is still pending, and date is over. This way we are running. No extension has been granted, no revision of what is done, because contractor wrote something long back. He demanded something in extension, or he wanted answer. No answer has come back. I asked project what he's talking about. He is silent. Yes, there is no answer, there is no notification. Then I asked project engineer, why we are sitting here? He had also no answer. Better, why should I conduct this meeting? There's no meeting. If I don't know, delivery is unknown, it's something specific, means this project is not going to finish forever, because there is contractor saying that he's APC contractor, big contractor, and so big contract it is, and so I don't know. It's very strange answer. I left this meeting. Oh, no use of this meeting. We don't know what's going to happen. How can you monitor progress if you don't know date of completion? How can I say that this so much lag or so much ahead this project is? You can't define, you can't measure. I don't know what is date up to which 100% project will be delivered, and today what time lapse is there and what progress achieved. We cannot measure this. This means we are wasting our time. First you decide what is date. Otherwise this is stupidity. People don't understand project management. If your government is not deciding, your authority is not deciding, this is not contractor's problem. This is your problem. Your project engineer is sleeping, your board is sleeping, your department is sleeping. Why you are firing contractor and third party, you are sleeping? You did not take care of this. You just say, no, we talked verbally. They said we will deliver this. Verbally? What is verbally? There is no dictionary for verbally meaning in contract. No, we verbally agreed that they would dissolve. This is called stupidity. What verbally? There is nothing verbally in contracts. You have to define everything in writing. It's question of cost. It is question of time. It's question of public money. It's question of national money. How can you take decision on verbally they have decided this? Who are you? Even Prime Minister cannot decide verbally. Who are you? You have to give in writing. This is evident requirement. So this happens. This happens in this country. No worry. Because somebody has approached, what they do actually, deliver anytime, we'll sign in backdate. This simple answer is, they will close on that of the contract details, and you deliver it in 6 months or 1 year, nobody bothers. And then is project management. You call it project management. They will give 100 reasons. 100 reasons they would give. But they will sign backdate. This is beauty of this country. This is professionalism here. There are so many courts, so many institutions. Every structure is here, but work is not there. Work is not there. That person will go to arbitration, that person will win there, government shall pay him, and that's all. That's what happens. And that cost of arbitration shall be added to budget of that contract. So this is revised budget because there was delay, we have to pay them, and then it's closed. Public money is removed because it's demolished, wasted. Contractor gets this, and those politicians through contractor, they will get this, whoever they are. This is called Bharat project management, not world project management. This is achievement in our country. This is called highest degree of efficiency in project engineering. So I am just interested to share with you such type of informations, that how weak we are. We don't have any strength in management. We don't have any strength in engineering. We don't have any strength in contracting. Only talking and talking and talking. You talk to an advocate, he will talk irrelevant to you, knowing nothing about contracts, knowing nothing about management. He will talk irrelevantly, and arbitrator, who's a judge, shall talk irrelevantly, because that judge who has judge for SC or judge for High Court, they do not know ABCD of sites and ABCD of construction, but they are arbitrators because they get money, 2 lakhs per day, 3 lakhs per day. They are earning jobs after retirement. And these senior judges of High Court, they think that they should be appointed arbitrators so that you get money. Money orientation, management and governance it is. It is not professionalism. Engineers keep, I don't know how to talk, I don't know how to write, I can't answer, I can't write this document. Don't read this document. Your right, somebody else is taking you, freely move. Your right of arbitration, somebody else is stealing. That person who does not know anything about management, that person who does not know anything about engineering, that person every day steals your right of decision making, and they earn money as well as reputation. And you call, I am engineer, I have no power. Yes, you will not have any power any time in your life, because you are not an engineer. You are not qualified to be an engineer. You are just a technician. That's all. You can't know what is your right. How can you say you're an engineer? You can't define yourself. How can you say you're an engineer? You can't control quality. You can't control safety. You can't control arbitration. And you are saying, I am an engineer. You are not an engineer. Means you should be genius. Are you genius? You have to analyze yourself. You are genius. You are fearful. I don't know how to write this paper. I don't know how to know this law. You neither read law. Your relevant laws you don't read. Forget other laws. You don't know where you apply, what is tribunal, what is code, what is arbitration, what is contract, what is clause, what is management. You know nothing except curing, concreting, formwork, and that's all to defective. You know only billing, making bills, that's all. Making measurements, that's all. You know only that. You know nothing else, because you don't want to work. That's only an answer. You have no initiative for anything in life. You just trying to stay pleased, sleeping 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day, and shouting on phones, getting nothing, caring for no quality on site, caring for no safety on site, involving in no method statement, and just saying that I am chief engineer, I was superintending engineer, I was executing engineer, I was CEO of this company, I was contractor, I was builder. Only say that. Even those builders who were engineers, they have dissolved their companies because of failure. They forget their status of engineering and just became promoters to make money. It happened or not? Because of this trait. You stop becoming an engineer, become a businessman. So you will think like a businessman. That's it. If you forget to be an engineer, you think like a businessman. If you forget to be an engineer, work like a manager, MBA, then you think only MBA. You will not think technology. This is a difference. Here, management is demolished, you can say. It's demolished completely. In this country only. Only here, you demolish it yourself and trap yourself. When some arbitration gives you a call as witness, you will shiver. Oh, arbitrator is calling me. I don't know what I have to answer. You will go to this advocate and to that advocate. Oh, this is a problem. I have to appear as witness. Tell me. And you are in level of chief engineer or super engineer and you're shivering. Arbitration panel, this tribunal is calling me. You're superintendent. You're acting like a thief. Why? You know, comprehensive answer. Because you did not work. Had you worked, this problem would not have appeared. Had you gone through contact, this problem would not have appeared. Have you gone through specification, this problem would not have appeared. This is because you are sleeping. You are sleeping all through your years. Only supervision. Come on, tell me what you have done. Bill, where is Bill? Give me how much you are getting me. That was your project management. How many crores did you earn? That is your project management. That is where we are firing ourselves. We are setting ourselves on fire. All majority of ours are doing that. We can build GCC countries. We can build other countries. We can fire our country. This is our nature. Here we set everything on fire. We are builders. Engineers are basically builders. But we are rebuilders. We are demolishers. You demolish everything. No coordination. Today you pave this street. After 1 month, oh, I am trenching this street because water line is to be laid, sewer line is to be laid, other cable is, and then again after somebody would come, I excavate this portion, I trench this portion, so that concrete pavement is gradually going off. Means half of that concrete have broken, half of that JVC has broken, half of that cars have broken. So that concrete which you laid costing crores of rupees is broken back, and you do this again to get commission again. That is engineering. And no one is there to question. Municipal councillor never questions, MLA never questions, MPs never question, and money is dissolved like this. Then you say we have deficit budget in a state, then budget is deficit. No CAG ask questions, why you did not coordinate. CAG would not ask. Who will ask? Public bichari doesn't know anything. Public would say, ye chor hai, wo chor hai, ye chor hai, and that's all. So what to do? Is it less than cremation ground? Our country is like that. Country of fools. Country of stupids but intelligent. Our stupids, and we are robbers. From top to bottom, everybody is robber. So we are intelligent also, because we are smugglers of public money. We smuggle. This is smuggling. Robbery you may call it, smuggling. We are taking through illegal routes something that is equal to smuggling. So we are public money smugglers. Engineers and managers and politicians all are involved in this smuggling. And then proudly we are saying, I'm chief engineer, I'm engineer in chief. You are engineer in chief of robbery, engineer in chief of smuggling, you are engineer in chief of every act which is illegal. So you are that. Just add this tag, smuggling, in bracket. I'll salute you. What do you think? You think it's right or wrong? Such, believe me, beautiful country, powerful country, resources we have, minds we have, everything we have, but nothing we have. Nothing we have. We have nothing, in fact. This is only reason that we were made slaves by others. And still we are slaves. Now we are slaves of politicians. We are slaves of our bosses. It may be private sector or government sector, both are same, because robbers are sitting at all levels in this hierarchy, everywhere. Nobody is excluded, you can say. Nobody. There are some, but that is 0.0001%, which cannot be counted by computer or by your calculator. Cannot be valued. So what you should do as engineer? Sleep, that's it. Pass your degree, get some job, and if you don't get some job, start some robbery, loot some bank, and if you get some job, marry and enjoy life. I have to work only 8 hours, or I have to go to management MBA because engineering is not giving me anything. Oh, no, 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 I don't. I want to do post graduation, or I will do MTech or PhD and become a professor, or go to USA. These are only options. No option to improve project management. My project management is completely different. I don't recognize project management which you think. My project management is total project management, which means everybody involved, not only site. Site is a lead. Site work is practical lead, which is a product to be delivered, and if there is a good support to site, product will be good. If there's a bad support to site, product will be bad. Simple. Site is outlet of all efforts, and that outlet should speak that this is professional outlet, or this is substandard outlet, or this is robbed outlet, from where people have robbed out, and this is just a skeleton I am getting. That your project announces, not you government of India gadget or state gadget. This your gadget, the project, this shall speak who was engineer here, who was designer here, who was someone else here. That would announce who was electrical engineer there. Fire will announce who was electrical or mechanical engineer. Fire will announce when your dampers don't work, when your switch panel or your distribution board doesn't work, automatic switch transfer switch doesn't work. Only that item would announce what this project is. Or when there are cracks appearing, it will announce who was a supervisor or engineer. Or when some sagging is there in slab or in balcony beams, who was designer is there. All that would announce that way. If you can conceive that in our mind, we can amend something in our approach, or we cannot amend because we are born as such, we will stay as such, and this country is Bharat, India, and we will use slogans everywhere without doing anything. We are calling ourselves everything because we are emotional fools. These politicians will keep us always befooled. They try to keep yourself fooled. Whatever you say, you remain as such, and you just support to run their political shops if you can. Otherwise, they don't need you. They will throw you out and they will shift you where they want. And that's what they say. And if you accept that, you are safe in your position. And if you don't accept that, you are not safe in that position. That is what you have to decide. Otherwise, you waste your time. That's what I'm saying. There's no meaning of to be engineer if you don't want to work as engineer, if you cannot work as engineer. Or otherwise, you shall leave this country and go to some other country to work there. Where can you do something? That's another option. So then you cannot say that I am living for this country. You have to change Because engineer means change. Engineering means change. Change doesn't mean engineering. Engineer initiates social change, engineer initiates professional change, and engineer changes a wood, a forest into a city. Don't forget. Engineers changes a land into industry. Don't forget. Engineers controls floods. Don't forget. Engineers has many responsibilities. If engineer does that, yes, there must be backend. But first is approach. If your approach is only making money, I have no response to that. If our approach is only to destroy this nation, then I have no answer to that. You may say we don't have powers. Yes, you can say you don't have powers. You shall never have powers because you do not know what is power. You cannot teach people. You are considered first qualified person in society. Remember, there are only two professionals in every country, doctor and engineer. These professionals are considered top criteria educated people, not others, because these are original educations. Medical science and engineering are original educations. Other educations are not original educations. Those are dependent upon existence of other fields. If there is no engineer, there can be no industry, just remember. If there is no doctor, there can be no hospital. There can be nothing. So these units of society, these you can say members of society are actually leaders in society, one for health and social community and one for development of community. If these both sleep, one becomes a commercial shop as doctor, others becomes a government servant and support puppet of government. So where are leaders? I do not consider politicians as leaders because their role is limited, zero. They have no role. Your role you are not doing. Doctor's role, doctors are doing. So who shall take care of this country? British or USA, you decide. Then you have to hand over one day this country to them. This country is going to be handed over to them again because you, after having qualification, are not serious. That time was different. 1857 to 90%. We did not have educated pool except few lawyers. We can grant concession to that time because we were having deficiencies. But now I cannot extend this concession to our people because we are having minds and educated power. We have every educated power in every field in this country, but we are still shortage of that because we are not able to use this practical power, this power that is in our hands, caliber of human being. We are not using this. We are just again saying we are abusing everything. And others are getting benefit of this. If you are not working, you are not properly working, all others are affected. Industry is affected. They are enjoying. Industries are running because of your work. You are designing, you are doing this, they are cooperating, and they are making monies. Our industries maybe, or foreign industries maybe, and there are disputes. Because of your creation, there are disputes, and this is going to judiciary or to arbitration, and all this is accumulating because of some, you can say, absence of professionalism in this country. Do not blame this. There is no recognition. There is no need of recognition if you are powerful. Do your job, apply your power. You can change it, otherwise you cannot change it. Contract is contract until you grant succession, you grant concession. Government is government, they play with people. This is their job, their fundamental right that government plays with people. Otherwise, they will not come in power. This is their profession. But your profession is not to support their profession. No, engineering is not to support government or to support public. You have to deliver for public use, not for government use. That mindset must change. But I am sure we are not subject to change. We cannot digest change. We are not born for that. We are born to get a certificate and enjoy life, get some job and then sleep and don't take much strain. I think that there should be struggles in life, only then people understand. Otherwise, people don't understand anything. If there's a harm in life, there's a defect in life, then people go for research, go for finding solution. But there is luxury, there is comfort, every facility. The people don't care about problems. This is a phenomenon of life. This is a, you can say, a flow of life like this. If there's a problem, we all stand up, whole world stand up to take precautionary measures. Just happening now, Corona is have made every citizen of world, serious, and everybody is doing thinklessly. All international flights are being stopped, all institutions are being closed, all close mosques and close this and close, and don't come here, don't get. Now because there is a problem. You never thought this problem can come. No doctor thought, no social scientist thought, or no government thought. Problem has come. So you all are fighting now. So there should be a problem. This should be a lesson for it. Until there's a problem, you can't work. You enjoy. And now you are serious. Put curfew in Manila. Put here. Stop this. Saudi shall stop all flights. Everybody is now cooperating as if world enemy has come. Right? Corona is world enemy. This has taught a lesson to everybody. Trump-like powerful person is also down. Oh, I have to be tested. It has reached to that person who considers himself super president of world. It has come to his door. It has come to Canadian superpower door. It has come to Australian minister door. It has come to Iran minister's door. And it may reach us also, don't worry. So whole world is like that. Means God has power. He can beat everybody to teach lesson. Engineer and doctor are special persons. Remember, if you are having educational background of engineering, you should be lucky. You should thank God that you at least got something, some know-how. But that must be not exclusively earned, but disposed. That must be given back. Yes, you want to make money, nobody stops you. But manage properly. You think those engineers now coming in future or coming now, are they real engineers? You think so? I say no. Maybe you studied properly, you worked hard, you have intention to learn, but those coming now, they want everything shortcut. Those engineers coming now, they don't want to work hard. Because softwares are there, calculations problem is gone. And when you cannot calculate, you cannot assess answer is right or not. What software is saying is reliable or not, you cannot guarantee that. But those who are seniors now, they did not use software. They can, without software, know what is right or what is wrong. There's a difference of that. These people are neither original, what's coming now. They don't understand technology. They, okay, please give me the sheet. On website, what they say on some website. Can you get me this Excel sheet? I want to use this. You don't do yourself. You have no time to do yourself. You just want to immediately use and submit answer to your designer or to your design. You don't want to take any prime action. You don't want to take initiate. You don't do elementary work on that. First principle you don't want to use. You compose formula yourself. Why do you ask someone else? Formula you have, method you have. You compose yourself. You do some hard work before demanding some ready-made work. Why should you use this work? You have no thought, but no. They would, please give me this, please give me that. Not even trying to find solution. I have this problem on this project. This is this type of project. I'm not understanding what to do beyond that. Can somebody know? Tell me. Oh my dear, you first give your proposal what you want to do, then ask. You are asking other person to give you proposal. Why should the other person give you proposal? You are an engineering graduate or master's. You think yourself first. This is purpose of education. You think yourself, then if you want ratification or corroboration with someone else, you can consult that person. But without doing something, you want original work to be done by someone else? Is this engineering? Software means or net connection does not mean you demand others to give you or to serve you. Means you don't feel any degree of shame asking others to give you help you. This is happening. I see every day such mails, such you can say questions on various internet sites, and people feel happy. Okay, take this. Means you are also helping to destroy them. Because if one gets happy to demand from others, then that person will not work for him. Okay, in rare cases, fine. Some special cases, they are technology. But in generally, you are asking others to help you. So you just take that and copy, paste and help and do it. So you are a copy paste engineer. You want to be copy paste engineer or you want to be real engineer to decide. Calculations you do not know, formula you do not know, you depend on software, and now you do not want to survey also, find and discover information that you are, let's say, I am a structural engineer, I am this engineer, I am that engineer. You will be successful in that way. Shall you have to decide yourself. If I say something like this, they say, oh, no, I am not degree holder, I'm just asking for information. They give excuses also. Means you are just raising questions as you should not. You should raise to take lecture professor. First year student would not raise such questions. There is either they are fake or they have not studied. They just, I think, studied some key 10 years question, past 10 years question, and based on that they passed examination. I hope so. They did not study textbooks or thorough syllabus and practice on that. This just happens. Okay, some papers 2-3 months study, and by chance if those questions come, answer and come back. And practicals, oh, we will manage practicals, no problem. We can manage everything. We are rich. Tendency is that everybody is in shortcut, playing fast, run fast, and then I am married. I am married. They are married also. Studied nothing and they are married. 95% marks. I cannot blame school. I blame myself and yourself because we are not serious. Education is helpful only when it is understood. Believe me, education certificate is for door only. Your knowledge, your understanding of education means something different. It's not just a degree course. That is right, that is initiation. But after that, you have to develop. You have to evolve it further. You have to go again and again to same subject and understand. Well, passing is one way. After that, you have to understand that. I know in 4 or 5 years you cannot understand, but the remaining time of your life you have to understand. Sometimes you go to see specifications, you may not understand first time. You go to see a second time, you may understand better than first time. And you further go to next, then you say, oh, this is actually fact. I could not conceive it properly because of lack of communication. Person who wrote that one, maybe he wanted to communicate something else and you got something else. Because of communication. Communication sometimes made so complex that even that person who wrote that, he won't be able to understand that. Author who composed that paragraph, for example, that time, and you ask him to read it, like still again, maybe he is not able to explain what he wrote. Such complex complication is not helpful. It should be clear, descriptive, and precise all. Otherwise, it's misunderstanding. I have seen many judgments where one paragraph doesn't coordinate to other and that third doesn't coordinate to first. It happens because they are also not clear. It happens, and that is why I say in management, communication plays very top role, which covers all other factors. If your contract is not clear, it will cause confusion. If your design is not clearly depicted on drawings with specification, it cause problem. It would cause problem. If you are writing on method statements, side guy will get confused. So many ways are there where interconnection plays a lot, and that we miss. That point we have to clearly understand when we deal with project management. That is very important factor, and I would not bore you all time with same repetitions. Project management should be taken in clear terms. Clearly means you have to think it before writing. Be clear with all documents and contact documents for both. It's not only for site guy, it's also for designer, it is for planner, it is for safety and also for quality and all those run, and also cost controller, that they have to comprehend all documents. Otherwise you are on a turbulence atmosphere, not interlinking all. And if interlinking misses, your bar chart will be affected, your cost will be affected, your timing will be affected, everything will be affected, your material management will be affected. So it is a comprehensive study that must be made. No isolation, everybody should be in loop. That is important. And if everybody is missed, then everybody is separate bird. Everybody, no link to someone. An external party will tease you, they will be unhappy with you because you are not internally related, you are not internally organized. So what shall be the result? You can yourself, your project shall go to a mess, it shall not work, your programming will not work, your workers elements shall go waste, time shall go waste. You will use higher coefficient of these outputs. Means whatever input should give output, that you are getting. Your machine shall be idle because every day you cannot send machine back because it costs. You need a trailer, you need to transport driver again, you need, then it costs you. So you have to make optimum use of these resources, and that can be done only when you have clear picture of what you have to do, you have complete knowledge what you have to do. It's written knowledge, not only understood knowledge, because today you may be on that project, tomorrow you may not be, someone else comes, so that person must have complete information, or else he has to do again all that you have done. So that is again time wastage. Either you leave complete information for other one, or that information shall come in again, it takes time and everybody has to wait. So this type of lapse, or you can say mismanagement, requires to be avoided. Only then you can say that management you are working, engineering is working, technology is working, or something is working. Otherwise it's a lapse, it's a mess, it's havoc. And that's only a purpose I'm trying to explain to you about management. It's not simply management that we do. There are so many activities and knowledge depending on one project or other project, depending on stages or what sort of infrastructure is that, or what sort of construction element is that, what sort of, everybody has different idea, different, and you have sometimes to generate something new, sometimes you have to follow up something, sometimes you have to say no, this is an alternative than this way, and you can consult with your own people, you can consult with managers, with engineers, and with your subordinates and foremen, all workers even. Maybe there are so many hidden people on sites which know further, but they are not exposed because of some other reasons. You can explore out of them, you find people more useful from them, and that's all part of manage, how to manage human resources, how to manage cost, how to manage quality, how to manage procurement, how to manage other problems. All these are part of game, and that part must move sequentially and successfully. And that's why means then I actually was interested to speak about the remaining of that supervision and Excel, and then I had to move to design Excel. But I thought, let us now explore something more, because whole world is doing something. They are thinking and thinking. Europe is thinking. Others are thinking how to handle future. So we should also think how to handle future. It's not simply that we can be kept in isolation. As a parallel one means professionals have a duty to help society. I am not saying you help other one, help society, help yourself. That's what is happening. Otherwise means all is waste, and there's no meaning of all this. And with this I like to say that of course it is Sunday, but some phone disturbed me. I don't know which this. Sorry. Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How do you do?
I'm okay, sir.
Yeah. Actually, I am online. I am on live talk. So
Okay, okay, sir. Okay, okay.
okay,
We will talk later, sir.
I've been here for 4 hours. I've been live talk regarding project management.
Okay, okay. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Take care, sir.
So okay, thank you very much. We can all later on. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay,
Bye.
welcome.
Yeah, sorry. So sorry to disturb you. Well, I think I should take your leave today, and we'll talk later on continuation for this. It's already more than you. Maybe I disturb you. All right. Thank you very much. Bye. Thank you. Okay.